Hello again, friends. The great Brian Last here. You there. We are back with another Omnibus special, Jim Cornette's Funniest Moments, Volume 3 Omnibus, and here he is to introduce it himself, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Toot toot! Here comes the Omnibus. Omnibus. Shh. Remember that song, the BT Express, Here Comes the Express? That was the original entrance music, Brian, for the Midnight Express, Dennis Condrey, Randy Rose, and Norvell Austin.
Was it Norvell that suggested it? Who was listening to the BT Express?
It wasn't Dennis Condrey. But fortunately, I was listening to the Euro disco, the strains and sounds of the modern Midnight Express theme that everyone recognizes, and Giorgio Moroder. But what we are doing here today...
Thankfully, I was listening to the Euro disco.
The Euro disco type of stuff. I was on the cutting edge, right? I was sharp. Sharp as a tack. And what we're doing here today is we are bringing to the people some of the funniest ha-ha moments that we have had here on the program, here on the various programs. The funniest moments omnibus number 3, because just like Hollywood, just like the television industry, when we get a good idea that's popular, we're going to beat that son of a bitch to death and right into the ground. And this is the third installment of Hours of Frivolity and Chicanery and Jollification and all around banter back and forth that we do here on the program that the people have taken to heart.
That's right. Heart or your funny bone, one way or the other.
Or your bowels. Maybe it's a feeling you get in the pit of your stomach. Or
funny bone.
You wake up in the morning and you think, God, I'm constipated. This is going to be hell trying to pass this thing today. Well, that's kind of the way you anticipate these programs.
I'm not too sure about that, but here we go. Jim Cornette's Funniest Moments, Volume 3 Omnibus. Of course, you can check out Volumes 1 and 2 on YouTube. But let's go to Volume 3 right now. The funniest moments will be back at the very end of this after you listen to all the laughs. Sue the Shooter. Now, each and every week here on the program, you're probably used to hearing Sue say hello to the co-host. Usually she says hello to everyone, and the conversation goes in a million different ways. I know, like I said, we have a lot of new listeners, and many of you hear Sue the Shooter each and every week here on the program and say, who is this? What is this? What exactly is this supposed to be? Way back in the early days of the show, there was an article that friend of the show, Dan Leonard, wrote called Confessions of a Ring Rat that I read here on the air. And that was the beginning of Sue the Shooter on the program. And it's been such a long time. And so many new listeners are here that I thought it would be a good time to revisit this article by Dan Leonard and once again explain the origins of Sue the Shooter. Now, this time I'm very lucky because I have Mr. Jim Cornette here to help me with this article.
You are correct. And thank you, Brian, for this opportunity. Sue Shooter is a ring rat and makes no apologies about it. As a young woman and devoted fan in the heyday of World Championship Wrestling in Australia, Melbourne-based Sue rooted some of the wrestling's biggest overseas stars. She'd always been attracted to the wrestlers, watching them on TV and then seeing them live at Melbourne's Festival Hall. But Sue finally became a rat on May 9th, 1970, 4 days after turning 19. She went to a show with a friend, and both were invited by Jerry Briscoe up to his hotel room. Once they arrived, he told them to take their clothes off and give him a blowjob or get out of his room.
I'll have to be honest with you. I shit myself. I had no idea what I was thinking. I got half undressed, and Jerry took the rest off.
And then Sue blew the later NWA. He'll never speak to me again for reading this report. Sue blew the later NWA World Tag Team Champion.
It was the first time I'd ever done it. I didn't even know what it meant. Both of us did it at the same time. Tony Parisi came up later and we took care of him as well. Then Eric Froelich and Mark Lewin. Then Gary Hart and Ivan Koloff.
It was allegedly a momentous weekend for Sue as she was initiated into the ranks of rattiness, although she didn't fuck any of the guys that night.
It was only blowjobs for two of the guys that I can remember, Jerry and Tony. It was fantastic, going to the wrestlers and being involved with them physically.
Sue also got her first inkling that not everything was kosher in pro wrestling.
The heels and the faces were mixing together. That's when I was shocked, 'cause we were marks at that stage.
Sue quickly developed a soft spot for wrestler Gary Hart, who most modern fans would remember as a heel manager warring against the Von Erichs in Dallas during the 1980s.
One time I went to Gary's room, and he later introduced me to Kurt and Carl von Steiger as his girlfriend. If Gary told me to jump, I'd say, how high? Even to this day, I adore Gary. If he came back to Australia now, I'd still sleep with him.
But Hart wasn't the first wrestler Sue fucked. That honor went to midget grappler Lord Littlebrook in 1971.
I was so naive in those days. I honestly thought I wanted to go to the toilet, but it was just me having orgasms all the time. He gave me my first orgasm 4 times in 2 hours.
Lord Littlebrook was an enormous man. Sue said most of the Americans expected a blowjob and nothing more, probably because it was healthier and safer than straight sex.
They weren't interested in screwing. They didn't know who you'd been with, and you didn't know who they'd been with.
Never at any time was Sue concerned about pregnancy or STDs.
I was with one of the other midgets. He was very strange in his sexual ways. He believed in anal sex. His name was Wee Willie Wilson from Florida, and he was very well hung. After that, I was with Butch Miller from the Bushwhackers. Before, he was a sheep herder. When he first came here from New Zealand in 1971, he was a destroyer under a mask. I met him through Tiger Jeet Singh. I caught up with Butch in Anaheim, California in 1996, and I think he remembered me. He was nice.
And later on, he also had the sheep. Now, during the early 70s, Sue fucked or sucked a veritable who's who of professional wrestling, including Maniac Mark Lewin, Mr. Fuji, Ivan Koloff, and the Von Steigers.
Half the time you'd go to the hotel on a Saturday afternoon, and you'd end up in some wrestler's hotel room for sex. That's what you went for. I didn't really know of the concept of rats. But I found out later what I was doing was being a rat. And a lot of the guys would refer to you as ring rats or arena rats.
Sue's rattiness continued as she got older with the WWF's tours of Australia in 1985 and 1986.
It was fun, and I have no regrets whatsoever. Have I been used? Yeah. I felt humiliated by the Iron Sheik. He read a copy of Penthouse while he was getting a blowjob from me. Also, Hercules Hernandez couldn't get it up due to drugs.
But there were happier memories of those tours.
I was with Fuji again in 86, and Matt Bourne. The best fuck of the lot was Moondog Spot Larry Latham. He was the best screw I ever had. The craziest in the ring wild man was the gentlest man in bed.
Sue first went overseas to see wrestling in 1984.
I didn't rat for the first time I was overseas, but the second time I did with Memphis jobber Black Shadow, Tim Hyde. I didn't rat anyone famous, not for want of trying. I would have done Jerry Lawler if I could, but I think it would have spoiled our friendship.
The last overseas wrestler Sue fucked was Bobby Blaze during the Wrestle Riot tours of Australia in 1993.
There's nothing wrong with ratting. I have a 21-year-old daughter who's into the wrestling, and if she wasn't in a relationship, I would love her to become a rat, because she's stunning. If my daughter said, Mom, I'm ending the relationship, will you introduce me to some wrestlers? I'd say yes. Back in the 60s and 70s, there was a mother and daughter who were rats. I'm not interested in sleeping with the average man, because he's boring. But if he's a wrestler, then I'll sleep with him. It's an obsession. I'm still a rat. If the guys were here, definitely. At age 46, I'd love to be.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is Dan Leonard's Confessions of a Ring Rat, the story of Sue Shooter, known on this show as Sue the Shooter.
46, you just said. How retro is this article?
Press time, I believe, was sometime in the 90s. So.
Yeah, that would be about 66 now, eh?
What title belt is Bobby Blaze holding up in this happy picture of himself here?
That, believe it or not, I believe is from Smoky Mountain, is the United States Junior Heavyweight Championship. Possibly. I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I think that is what that belt is. But like I said, that is, for all of you new to the show, the origin of Sue the Shooter.
And completely allegedly on the part of any involvement Jerry Briscoe might have had. Oh, I had, and obviously I had no idea of the material coming up. He sent me, folks, my Mr. Host to me. You sent me the redacted version, so I didn't know what Sue was going to say until it's what Sue Shitty Shrew was going to say.
Well, Sue the Shooter. And of course, if anyone has any information about the whereabouts of Wee Willie Wilson, we are still looking to speak to him here on the program.
I thought you were going to talk to Sue the Shooter. I'd actually like to meet Sue after that fucking promo. She could stand up to one of those Mid-South rats. Well, they were a hardy breed. As a matter of fact, this was a quote from one of the girls at one. Are you going to fuck me or what? That was what one of the girls at the matches actually once uttered in my presence. Let's say.
Was that Oklahoma or Louisiana?
Louisiana. They were very, very demanding. The Cajun ladies down in Louisiana, very demanding people. Are you going to fuck me or what? With that accent, it was.
Did any of the boys ever worry back then, especially if you were a heel, that one of these rats would try to lure them in and then, try to slit their throat in the night or something?
I would have thought you were going to go with the, paternity suit type of forced marriage, payoff, whatever, instead of slit your throat in the night. I don't think anybody, by the time that they would let them sleep in their presence or sleep in their, you know what I'm saying, there was probably a level of trust established, but I never heard anybody actually worried about that.
Well, Sue the Shooter, number 7 this week in the top 10. We got a few questions naturally, as we have the last several weeks, about Vince McMahon.
Oh boy.
Before we get to any of these, have you caught up at all? Have you seen any of the latest installments of the WWE version of Tuesdays with Maury, Vince McMahon and Austin Theory?
We said here a couple weeks ago, the only thing worse than Vince not seeing anything in you is Vince seeing something in you. Because now Austin Theory, my boy, what have they done to my boy? I said, this guy is incredible. What a prospect. He's got the body. He's got the look. He's got the size. He can work the little things. I would have loved having this guy in OVW. I would have pushed him to the moon because he's got all the little things that you either can't teach or sometimes it takes forever to teach. So naturally, they took him from NXT, rescued him from the Same Face family, Johnny and Mrs. Same Face. Now he's on Raw, but he has become Vince McMahon's pet project, who apparently from these vignettes, Vince is trying to teach him to have the killer instinct and go out and make something of himself. And Vince is threatening him with the pencil and the noted eraser. And there was another backstage vignette interaction with Vince and Austin Theory on Raw just last night, Monday night. And I watched this clip. And again, there's Austin Theory trying to do the best he can with what he's being told to do, but basically it amounts to nodding up and down and going, and yes, sir, and taking selfies of himself with things and people. But Vince was mad at him in this clip because apparently he had been defeated by Finn Balor in a match earlier in the show, and then after that, wouldn't you know, it's not just an epidemic, Brian, in AEW or in some of the outlaw promotions, but it's the WWE as well. It's the entire world of wrestling. There's Finn Balor doing an interview back in the back of the building, and here comes Austin Theory and tackles him. At least he got about 30 seconds out, though, not like in AEW, where they can't speak at all before they get attacked. Balor got about 30 seconds out. And then here comes Austin Theory and beats him up and runs him into the equipment cases. And of course, immediately the announcer just backs up and becomes a mute, doesn't scream, "Oh my God, help," or anything, just gets out of the shot. and all the damage is done. And then at least at the end, quality control in the WWE, they run in one referee, and I think, who was it that was standing around? Somebody else in a suit to say, get the heck out of here. And then Austin Theory goes into Vince's office to tell him what he's done. Hey, even though I lost the match, that was a cold-blooded, ruthless attack that I just made on Finn Balor. And Vince says, yeah, but even though, and this is a quote from Vince, even though you beat, as we might say, the chocolate pudding out of him. So over on AEW, they're saying shitty McShit, shit face, shithead, beat the shit out of, you're a piece of shit, shit. And over in WWE land, Vince says you beat the chocolate pudding out of him.
Suffer and succotash.
And then he says, but I should, and I'm, by the way, he's not saying it with this much oomph and power and projection and clarity. He said he ought to fire Austin Theory because he loves firing people before the holidays. It makes him feel good, like he just had a good meal, gives him a warm. They're doing a parody of what people used to believe was the real Mr. McMahon because Vince was so good at being Mr. McMahon that people had those thoughts. And now they're parodying people who are probably writers who were children when he was Mr. McMahon are now parodying, Vince to where he's Ebenezer Scrooge and bah humbug. And it's a whole, and I'm sure he loves it too because, it's great shit, pal. But the clip that I saw, Brian, besides the fact that he brought the pencil out again and Vince tried to tear a piece of his legal pad off, and he tore it in half. Instead, he couldn't tear the whole page off of the legal pad. It looked like Bobby Heenan doing the old phone book tear stunt where he would tear 3 pages and put it down like he was satisfied.
No, you know what it looks like? I swear to God, it looks like he's a fucking Muppet. It looks like the Vince head, the weird Vince head. It's like one piece. And then someone else is working the hands because he's always sitting and he's hunched over. So there's like a torso, and then there's just crazy hands going all over the place.
The hands are going everywhere.
I think it's Frank Oz working the hands, and someone else is working the Vince head. It looks nuts. It looks like someone else is doing his hands.
But who's the one that had to stick their hand up Vince's ass then is what I want to. But anyway,
Bruce.
He's got the paper.
It was Bruce,
of course.
Yeah.
Well, Bruce been able to get his hand up Vince's ass. His head is so big, and it's locked there. So Vince scratches something he's written with a pencil. He erases it and then holds the paper up and blows the eraser shavings in Austin Theory's face. But here's what I was going for with what I was about to tell you was I saw this clip. It was sent to me, and apparently it was on YouTube, right? This wasn't a clip directly off. I don't know where it was directly off of, but the point is, without me doing it, the closed captioning for the hearing impaired was on this clip. And from the time it had the announcer that asked Finn Balor the question, and it had Finn Balor's response, and then you see the attack, and then it goes into the Vince's office, and you see him talking to Theory, and then it started having some trouble because, as we've mentioned, yes, Vince is he's it's some of it's under his breath.
Pencil.
And they were piping the crowd noise in really loud in this anyway.
Really loud. What
really
the hell
loud.
was that? Yeah.
I've been in Vince's office. He doesn't have a studio audience in the office, right? So they were piping the noise from the arena into this as some kind of background. But what it made it hard to hear Austin Theory, but it made it almost impossible to understand Vince because he's not projecting. He's got the gruff voice now, and it's under.
Yeah.
So I'm watching. As I'm watching Vince trying to get these things out, my eyes are drawn to the closed captioning. And the closed captioning is not able to figure out what Vince is saying anyway. One of the closed captioning statements was when Vince was first starting to read Austin Theory out about maybe he made a bad decision in seeing something in Austin Theory. He said, I didn't get to be a billionaire by making stupid business decisions, but the closed captioning, plain as day, said, I got to be a billionaire by making stupid decisions.
Well, that's actually true.
And then he starts going further, and all of a sudden the closed captioning while Vince is mumbling disappears, and then just one word pops up, inaudible.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
It's a pre-tape in an office. These guys, they're mic'd. It's a professional television production, but yet the closed captioning is reading it as the same thing as a fucking radio message from the space shuttle in outer space, inaudible. Or some kind of police surveillance video of the mob, inaudible.
Inaudible.
So that was poor Austin Theory. God almighty.
By the way, we get people that ask us, why does Travis's drawings of current Vince look like he has lipstick on?
Because he looks like he's got lipstick on.
To which I would say, what the hell was going on here? And that side shot of him, he looks completely nuts. He looks like he was built in Jim Henson's fucking Creature studio. He really fucking does. There were Muppets and then there were creatures that Jim Henson would build. He doesn't even look real.
I think if he was silly putty or Play-Doh, don't get him too close to a fucking heat source or he might start melting. But that would, yeah. I mean, I just don't know I just wish, and we talked about this last week on the show, I wish he would just take time off, retire, put his feet up, at least he's not a television personality anymore. And since he was one of the absolute best ever, it's disheartening now that younger people are going to see him now and say, this is the Vince McMahon that we've heard about that was so commanding. And as you mentioned, captivating or whatever, it's sad now. And I hate to see that. And I wish there was somebody that could tell him honestly, or had the balls to, whether he agreed with him or not, that would go to him and say, Vince, you shouldn't be on TV anymore. But nobody's going to do that. And, well, what does Stephanie do anymore in that company? Do we know?
They gave her I think they shifted her position to another position recently. She was chief brand officer for a while, which...
Well, she shifted her position to another position. You mean she went from doggy style to reverse cowgirl?
That's not what I meant in any possible way. I meant she went from, I don't even know if it's senior VP, EVP, but head of this department to just do this now. And she was doing something else, I think. Although it's all basically the same. It's just Stephanie needs a job. Let's keep her doing something. She's good at talking to people who know nothing about wrestling. She's incredible at that. Like, if you knew you had an auditorium filled with people who know nothing about wrestling, send her to talk to them. Best person in the world.
Yes, so you would think she would be the one to talk to Vince and say, Vince, come on. It's, I don't know.
Thank you, Moolah. You'll have no idea who she is.
Excellent question, Wendy. Well, there was more Miz and Snoopy, and the weekend attendance was 161,892. What do you think the real weekend attendance was? Did they say they had like 65,000 tickets out for each night a day or two beforehand?
Something like that. Probably like 135,000 or something.
But this counts everybody that was working in the stadium, all the parking attendants, anybody that was around, EMT crew, fucking homeless bums. It is California, sleeping in the street outside in the parking lot.
Spirits who died during the construction of the building.
Jimmy Hoffa is buried underneath that. They counted him too. So Miz was upset at Snoop because he put him in a match the previous night. And Snoop said, you want to do it again? And I guess Miz wasn't done complaining because he's like, well, you ruined my suit. I don't come to your studio and show you how to rap. And I'm thinking, boy, if they brought out L.A. Knight right now and he just beat the shit out of the Miz, how big you think that pop would have been?
I was waiting to figure out who it would be. That was my first guess, just because of what's been happening. Why not capture that moment, have that here?
L.A. Knight in L.A.
That's
at
right.
WrestleMania beating up the Miz, the movie star.
Instead, this turned into one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I was losing it watching this.
I couldn't laugh because I've told you before, Shane's my favorite one. I like him. He's got his picadillos, but he was a good kid. He's a nice guy at heart, right? And I guarantee you that he probably called Vince and said, Dad, can I do Mania one more time? I've been working out. I'm in shape. And I guarantee you and I want to redeem myself. What was it? The Royal Rumble last year. He didn't make a good impression. And so they were going to have, folks, if you didn't see this, they were going to have Shane come down and have an impromptu match with The Miz and do what I assume Shane was going over. So Snoop.
You're not doing it any justice. This was such an all-time hysterically awful segment.
I'm just saying what they were going to do.
His music hits. You hear that? Here comes the money thing, and then here comes old Shane McMahon bopping all around the stage doing his thing. You already knew that something was going to go wrong.
Well, because he was huge. He looked, did you see how puffy he was jacked up like a jacked up Dana White with hair. His face was round. And he's almost 55 now, right? Because I'm over 60. He's about 7 or 8 years younger than me. Anyway.
Shane McMahon is 53 years old.
Okay. So he's huge. He's wearing the tight shirt, showing the big arms, and he's dancing and doing the Ali shuffling the whole 9 yards. And when he gets in the ring, he gets the microphone. And as he's didn't really do a promo just to say to the fans, hey, I love you guys. Thank you for that response. Sends his love. He was blowed up already because he'd been so hyper. And then Snoop here, he didn't exactly set this up in a stellar fashion. He's just like they played the music. Shane comes out. He said, let's get a referee. And no, you're in there. I'm out here or whatever. And the bell rings. And Shane immediately starts with the rabbit jabs. Boom, boom, boom. And Miz is back in the corner. And then Shane backs Miz up and shoots him off and drops down. And before I tell the people what happened, Brian, in any wrestling school, one of the most elementary fucking things that you would ever learn is you don't shoot a guy off and either let him come off the ropes and give you a move, and you don't shoot a guy off by the arm and drop down. If you drop down, you need to shoot a guy off out of a headlock because then you're committing an offensive move in defense, right? He's in control. You're throwing him off of you. When you're in control of the guy's arm, you're throwing him into the ropes and then dropping down to avoid a move that he shouldn't be able to give you. Have I made that somewhat clear?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So Shane arm whips Miz off and drops down because he's got to get some space so he can do his leapfrog, because Shane has, I guess, decided one of the things he wants to do to show his athleticism is his big high leapfrog.
When he was like in the air in a leapfrog, you think he's thinking, wait until Endeavor sees this. They're going to need me around.
You know what? When he hit the height, that was a high leapfrog, and he spread those legs out, and goddamn, you could just hear the front row, and it would have spread, starting the "You've Still Got It" chant. They went, "You've still," and then he landed. And then he buckled. and he went down to the left and spun around over on his fucking hands and knees. And now Miz is coming off the ropes. And he, after he's been leapfrogged, he's coming off the ropes and he sees Shane. Shane is down. Shane is down, as Rene Goulet might say. So he runs past Shane thinking Shane has stumbled and Shane will stand up. If I just run past him and come off the other side, Shane will be back up on his feet by the time I come back to him. And so Miz runs past Shane, who's on his hands and knees, starting to get up. And as Shane gets up and puts weight on his leg, he realizes that he can't get up and he crumples face first to the mat. And Miz comes off the other side of the ropes. And it's like this time Shane tried to fucking drop down for real and trip Miz's feet out from under him. And Miz just had to stop and stand there and stare at him. And then Shane is groveling on the ground because he's turned over on his back and he's yelled something, probably, "I'm fucked." And then Miz backs up in the corner and just has this blank look. And then the referee goes check on Shane, who obviously cannot get to his feet. And
I love that this is a new McMahon thing. The surprise appearance and then blowing out your quads.
All right, you've told the people he didn't blow. I thought he blew his knee but apparently the news after the match was he tore his quad, the same thing that Vince did. And that's the only thing that's funny at all about it. Poor Shane, I was so embarrassed for him. But the doctor comes in and is checking on him, and here comes, of all people, now you see the referee, the female referee, she puts her hand to her ear. She's trying to hear her earpiece. I'm pretty sure they're probably telling her something, but I didn't see her have time to talk to Snoop. Saying I didn't see Miz. Miz just stood there with a blank look on his face. Snoop Dogg comes back in and said, "No, it can't be like that," and fucking punches Miz. And down goes Miz. And then I think that the referee may have told him, "Yeah, do it again," or Miz called it or something, because Miz gets back up and he nails Miz again. And then Snoop Dogg, as they've slid Shane out, you never saw him again. Snoop Dogg gives Miz the stiffest people's elbow. He actually did jump up in the air and drop elbow first on this man's sternum. It looked like shit until it got there, and then it hurt. And covered him 1, 2, 3. So Snoop Dogg pins Miz at WrestleMania.
I watched the press conference afterwards, and Triple H put him over big time. He said a lot of wrestlers in that position would have frozen, not knowing what to do.
Yeah, like Miz.
This guy, we always knew he was a fan. He's done other things. He showed us that he actually has instincts here to go in there, and he saved the segment. And if this is the last appearance of Shane McMahon,
that's the sad thing. I feel so bad for Shane, and his kids are so nice, and he's just so embarrassing.
Can you imagine? The last time he's there is that Royal Rumble where he didn't look that great in the match, and it appeared something was off, and then we found that something was off, and they told him never come back ever again. And then he shows up here, and just seconds into it.
And
I'm laughing too much. I'm sorry, I find it so funny. It's so funny.
And he's fucked his life up for the next 6 months. Because that will be surgery and recovery and rehab. And
if he worked for Tony Khan, the company would pay for it.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to turn this one into the WWF for the new company.
What's his WrestleMania payoff going to be?
Oh, my God. Have I told you the Glenn Kulka story?
No.
You remember that, right?
I remember Glenn Kulka, but what story?
Glenn Kulka was a big muscle builder, tough looking guy that had played. He was from Canada and he had played for the Canadian Football League. And he was a big-time amateur athlete, and he was an early developmental guy. He before I came down to OVW, when they were sending guys down to Memphis to Randy Hale's Power Pro Wrestling, Glenn was part of that. He was very early developmental program, like first half a dozen or so guys.
Yeah, that's where I remember him from, Memphis.
Yeah. And he was a badass looking guy, and he was a nice guy and kind of got the picture and everything, but he had just started training. And so Dr. Tom Pritchard had worked with him, and he's one, Dory Funk Jr. had worked with him, and he'd been in Memphis and everything. And they I can't remember the particulars, but somehow or another, there was a big independent show in his hometown that they had booked, and they booked him on so he could go and he could appear. It was either his hometown or the college he graduated from or whatever, but there's a big crowd in this gym, and they're all there to see Glenn Kulka. And he comes out and makes the big entrance and gets in the ring and jumps up on the second rope and does the thing where, yay! And, he's got his arms up, and the crowd is exalting him, and he's so fired up and he's so happy. This infectious crowd behind him. He jumps off the second turnbuckle and turns and jumps back into the middle of the ring and lands and breaks his fucking leg.
Oh, man.
Boom! Goes down he goes. And they carried him out.
That's the thing. Whoever Shane said goodbye to in the back before he went out, like seconds later, he was being carted right past them.
And while we're on the subject of embarrassing debuts, remember Mike Furness's hot tag in Knoxville?
That was for you.
Yes. Doug Furness, the world's strongest man, an incredible Japanese star. He went to the University of Tennessee, was a football star, was legitimately one of the strongest men in the world. Power. Everybody knows who Doug Furness is, right? And he's the one that ripped the door off the cage in Knoxville that led to me stealing it for Kane to rip the door off the Hell in a Cell. And he called me when I was running Smoky Mountain and said, my brother Mike, who also played football at the University of Tennessee, was a good amateur athlete. My brother Mike, he wants to learn how to wrestle. If you guys will train him and break him in, I'll come out. Because by then, Doug was living in California. He went to Japan so much for Baba, like every 6 weeks. But he would come out and work like the big Christmas show and some of my big events in Knoxville, right? Oh, okay, great, a local hero. So we trained Mike as best we can. Horner worked with him, and I think Tom and Jimmy Del Rey, because we were going to make the match the Furness brothers against the Heavenly Bodies, Tom Pritchard and Jimmy Del Rey. So he worked with Mike, and Mike made some TV appearances, and he was not either a natural in the ring or a natural promo. You could tell it wasn't he wasn't his brother Doug, unfortunately. Not to say he wasn't a nice fella. But, Doug's going to be in, right? So we shoot the angle where we beat up Mike Furness. He calls his brother Doug. Christmas night in Knoxville, the big event, our biggest crowd, one of our big crowds of the year, that and the big August show. And it's going to be the Furness brothers against Heavenly Bodies. Well, because Mike was going to continue on with us, and continue wrestling, whereas Doug would only make an appearance here and there. And also because Doug was more experienced, Doug said, I'll sell, get the heat on me, and then let's give Mike the tag. He can make the comeback, and then we'll do, the finish. And that way I can get it right for Mike, and he'll look like a bit, okay, perfect, right? So Doug Furness, the Heavenly Bodies get him in the ring, and he's selling his ass off, and they're kicking the shit out of him, and I'm drawing the referee, and they're double teaming him, and people are getting hot. We're trying to build for this big hot tag, and finally, the Heavenly Bodies go for their. I think it was, if I remember right, Tom is holding Doug, and Jimmy comes off the top with his big moonsault body block, and Doug moves, and Jimmy flattens Tom, and they're both down, and Doug struggles to the corner and dive and makes the tag. And Tom's coming up, and as Mike steps through the ropes, he runs as fast and as hard as he can, 3 steps, and leaps up in the air and hits Tom Pritchard with a flying clothesline, and Tom takes a big bump, and Mike spins around in the air and lands on the mat and continues rolling and rolls all the way out of the ring on the other side and drops to the floor. Just couldn't stop himself and went right under the bottom rope and disappeared. And Jimmy Del Rey is coming up to take the second clothesline and turns around, and Tom's laying there flat on his back, and there's nobody else in the fucking ring. And then you see a hand come up on the other side of the apron and grab the bottom rope. And he pulled himself in and slid right back in and ran as fast as he could at Jimmy and leveled him for the clothesline. And goddamn, I've never seen. He went from the apron of one side of the ring, through the ropes into the ring, through the air, down and under the bottom rope on the other side of the ring in like 2.5 seconds. Oh, God damn it.
Do you think it'll be SummerSlam or the Royal Rumble when Stephanie comes back to wave to the fans and blow out her quad?
The question is, maybe at Halloween they can have a special 3-legged race with Shane and Vince tied together. All right.
You know what's funny? Did Vince even blow out his quads last year? What happened when Vince couldn't take the stunner? He didn't blow out his quads, did he?
No, he just crumpled like a goddamn fucking used slinky.
And that's the same way Shane's legs went. He looked exactly the same. Every year there's going to be a segment where the McMahons come out there and just flop around the ring.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. He walks, he talks, he crawls on his belly like a reptile. Shane McMahon. I feel so bad. No, with the stunner, Vince just, I think, well, I don't know.
You want to talk feeling bad? It was Shane, famous last words. Hey, Dad, we should buy UFC.
Yeah. So now let's see, when they got home now, Vince says to Shane, well, Shane, goddammit, pal, you blew your quad out WrestleMania 30 seconds in, and he can say, well, you motherfucker, at the Royal Rumble, you blew both your quads just sliding into the ring. And then he can say, besides, I told you to buy that UFC. Now
That's
look
right.
where we are.
Oh, well, I told you WrestleMania was fun.
God damn it. But so anyway, who else fell out of the ring I can think of?
See, the problem is Shane's going to go, I can't let that be the last time I'm seen on the grandest stage of them all. And what's the other option? It's either I come out there and do the simple stuff or I dive off a giant structure.
Hey,
so I'm worried about what
what
next time it'll be.
You know what? Here is a very interesting thing. Is the new $21 billion company to be named whatever that's not completely and totally operated by the WWE, are they going to allow a 53-year-old father of two who hasn't wrestled in several years come out and do something like that? Or even a 56-year-old Stone Cold Steve Austin, or a however-year-old whoever the guy.
Well, it's funny. On CNBC earlier, Scott Wapner asked Ari Emanuel and Vince McMahon, he said, what if Mr. McMahon, the character, wants to come out and do something in the ring? Is that okay? And before Ari Emanuel answered, Vince was like, he's dead. The character's dead. But Ari Emanuel said, yes, whatever he wants to do, he's allowed to do. So I think they're going to still operate under Vince's rules.
No, but think about this. Well,
I agree the liability is much bigger.
They might have until their legal department. Hey, Sinclair Broadcasting, they were a $1 billion company, at least on paper, when they bought Ring of Honor.
Point me to your legal department.
And listen here, we were in Charleston, West Virginia. I get a phone call from the legal department saying that the guys can't take part in a chicken wing eating contest at Hooters that night that was our sponsor. Or the fans couldn't, or the guys could, but the fans couldn't, or something. I said, what are you Well, there's a liability. I said, wait a minute. So if one of these motherfuckers chokes on a fucking chicken bone at Hooters because we said, hey, get in a contest to see if you can eat more chicken wings than Jay Briscoe, they're going to be able to sue us? Oh, it could. I threw my cell phone all the way across the building. So what I'm saying to you is now that live in front of 60 to 80,000 people, depending on the report, and God and everybody on pay-per-view and streaming television, Shane McMahon seriously injured himself and is going to require surgery. He's 53 years old, doing a leapfrog. Are they gonna have another situation where, okay, if you're past such and such age, you can't participate, or you've got to pass a physical for any kind of interaction because they don't understand what can be worked and what can't be? I mean, Steve Austin could come out. He's not going to try to do a fucking leapfrog. He's got a bad knee. But he can still be Steve Austin, as we saw doing Steve Austin things. But will they be able to differentiate that between the people that can get by with it and do what they need to do and won't hurt themselves, and the people that obviously or apparently can't? And how do who's going to be determining that? The legal department? Liability, multi-billions of dollars. It's not like, well, Dad said I could anymore. Anyway, and speaking of liability, the next match. But answer me that there, Brian Last. What do you think?
Until we're shown otherwise, I'm going to go under the assumption they're going to keep doing things the way they do it. They are better about these things than AEW. I think we will see at WrestleMania 40, Shane versus Dante Martin. The big match. But, Shane shouldn't be out there to begin with.
Shane's got a better chance of being on WrestleMania 40 than Dante Martin, but go ahead.
But, Shane shouldn't be out there to begin with. There's a difference between a Steve Austin being billed to be there and used in a limited capacity to take advantage of his star power versus a 50-something who shouldn't be doing. It's one thing if Shane went out there and just delivered the bad punches. Okay. And then you set him up for Snoop to do something. But as soon as he went to do something physical that he can't do, it just made the whole thing look bad.
Well, and I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm saying that I think that somebody in the legal department wouldn't know the difference in how that could be handled.
Whose legal department? Does WWE maintain their own legal department, or is it part of Endeavor's? See, that's the thing. How many jobs in corporate are going to be eliminated because of redundancy?
And also duplication. Speaking of not the time for anything, I also told a story the other day when we were talking about famous fucking flop entrances or comebacks or debut. How did we get on that topic?
We were talking about Shane McMahon, who, in midair, we were told he still got it, and by the time he landed, he had it, and he left with it. He tore it.
And then I told the story of former Canadian football great Glenn Coca, who had a brief flirtation with the WWF developmental program in, I believe it was 98 and 99. He worked in Memphis some and had trained some at the studio in Stamford. And anyway, I told the story of how he had a big match in his hometown. It's been so long I couldn't remember all the details, but that when he was introduced, to this sellout crowd of people in his hometown, he jumped up on the ropes to exult in the crowd's cheers and then jumped off and landed in the ring and broke his fucking leg, right? And down he went. So we have Mike has written in, he was an eyewitness. He says, "Hey, Jim and Brian, I just wanted to tell you that this moment happened in my hometown of Regina, Saskatchewan, just a ways from where Brock Lesnar now owns his farmhouse. Coca had recently retired from playing in the CFL for our hometown Saskatchewan Roughriders. The Roughriders to the people of Saskatchewan are like the Sooners to Oklahomans. Holy shit. So imagine the shock when this happened in front of these people who idolized in capital letters the man. So he was a big deal up there, as Lawler one time said to Lance about Playboy Frazier. So Glenn Coca that night was wrestling, of all people, Don Fallis. And now my mind comes back to this. So Coca broke his leg, and Don proceeded to kick him a few times, I guess to see if he was still breathing. And then he used some kind of foreign object, probably a donut hole he pulled out of his trunks. He used some kind of foreign object and pinned him for a 3 count before Coca was stretchered off.
Oh, man.
So
you're still laughing about this.
I'm sorry. It's bad. He looked like a caveman. This guy was a badass, right? So not only did the conquering hometown babyface lose, he lost to a Manitoban. Winnipeg and Regina in the CFL is like the prairie redneck football version of Yankees versus Red Sox. So Don Callis pinning Coca in an absolute disaster situation killed the town forever. Indie shows here now do about 100 to 200 people. That night was sold out somewhere in the 3,000 to 4,000 range. Saskatchewan was never the same again.
Wow. And as a result of that, the gods of Saskatchewan took away Don Callis's hair.
You know, can you imagine he's standing there and the guy goes down and he's screaming in pain and he can't get to his feet. The match hasn't even started yet. You're in the main event. There's 4,000 people in this building. It's sold out. All came to see the guy that's groveling and simpering at your feet. And now you realize, well, you've got to do something. And then I can see a couple of kicks like, can you get up? Are you okay? And he's like, shoot me in the head. And so he's got to fucking make the decision. Do I just cover this guy that's got a broken leg? Or do I pull out, oh, my face hurts. Do I pull out a fictitious foreign object and knock him out just to try to save the credibility of the business?
Well, what about what Austin did with Owen Hart, where Austin couldn't do anything and Owen kind of rolled himself up to be pinned by Austin? Could you do anything where there's some kind of screw job and Callis slips and hits the ground and Coca just laid a hand on him? Is there anything you would have done to repair this?
In this case, Don Callis was not Owen Hart. Because it looked as ugly as a monkey fucking a football, but Owen did kill time by taunting the crowd, talking to the referee, and wandering around to the point where he just wandered backwards and accidentally tripped over Austin, whose limp arm in some fashion fucking went around one of Owen's legs, and the referee counted 1, 2, 3. But this was a case where Austin was just laying there selling a bump he had taken in a match. This was a fucking guy who had just been introduced, jumped off the ropes, and went down like he'd been shot from the grassy knoll. Oh, my ribs hurt. My stomach is hurting.
You think everyone was standing up so that when he went down, like the people in the back on the floor couldn't see? Like, what happened? Where did he go? And it killed the town. The idea that they've never drawn more than 100 people ever since.
Fuck that. Don Callis get a win in a wrestling match in this town. We're never doing this again. Oh, goddamn it. See, things like that can happen.
Well, you said you had some big news, bigger than these ratings, I presume.
Yes, this could affect the future of all of us here in the periphery of the Cornette Empire, my family, everybody. I'm being sued, Brian. I am being sued in a court of law, even. As a matter of fact, the U.S. District Court, Southern District of New York, those are badasses up there. They don't play around.
No, they don't.
And you know who's suing me?
Is it Rio?
It is not Rio. This is a much bigger name in the professional wrestling industry.
Who would, in the Southern District of New York, that's what makes it an interesting play there.
It is not WWE Hall of Famer Donald fucking President Pig Shit Trump.
Is it from your outside of wrestling activities with, recognized organized crime figures?
No, I have no memory of any of that. But I'll tell you, because you're not going to get it, because nobody's going to get it, because when I say the name, people are going to say, who? Raka Khan. Raka Khan is suing me in a court of law in the United States District Court, the Southern District of New York. Guess what the offense is? Conspiring to kidnap her and her children.
Oh, my God. What have you done?
Well, I'll tell you, by cracky, exactly what, but I'm not alone. I'm in good company. A lot of people have been involved in this thing. Now there must have been a whistleblower. There's been some kind of blowing going on in this thing.
Is one of her kids named Rufus? I like the idea of it being Raka Khan and Rufus.
Well, no. Let me back up. I said a lot of people would go, who? If you have been a wrestling fan for more than 15 years, you might have seen this lady. Raka Khan, that's the name she used in Impact, TNA. She was with TNA in 2008 to 2009. And I don't know what other name she used. Apparently she went to the Diva Search in 2005 and went to Deep South, and they released her shortly thereafter. And then she apparently got an Impact for about a year, and then she was apparently in that Lucha Libre USA for about a year. But here is the thing. She has sued me for this, and also, would you like to hear the other co-defendants that I have been grouped with in this lawsuit, kidnapping, conspiring to kidnap her and her children, my other co-defendants? Would you like to hear this list?
Yeah, let me hear it, because I'm looking at pictures of her, and she's fine, so maybe I'm on her side.
Oh, come on now. You know, and by the way, folks, if you want to Google her, she's a very tall, statuesque lady. I believe, as I remember, she was probably about 6'2". Not a plump woman, more like if Grace Jones became a pro wrestler. But anyway.
She looks much better than Grace Jones.
Well, but she's tall and her legs go all the way to the ground. That was her main attribute, as I recall. But anyway, would you like to hear my co-defendants?
Yeah, please.
This is almost going to sound like a West Shore home spot.
Okay.
I have been sued along with the state of Texas, the El Paso Child Protective Services, the FBI, the Las Cruces, New Mexico Police Department, the NYPD, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, New York ACS, I'm not sure, Omega Psi-Phi Fraternity Incorporated, the Shirley Police Department. Surely you're not going to sue the Shirley Police Department.
Shirley, New York?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is there another Shirley?
I mean, there must be plenty of Shirleys, but back to your list.
Sigma Phi Epsilon, Suffolk County, New York, The Rock.
Wait, The Rock, that's what it says? Not Dwayne Johnson.
Yes, that Rock. Also, The Miz and Maurice. Current Impact Wrestling star Heath Miller. I'm sorry, I only knew Heath Slater. Heath Miller. WWE Hall of Famer Nikki Bella.
I knew it. I had my suspicions about that Nikki Bella trying to steal children.
Apparently not Bree. She was not a part of this. She would never come to the meetings. The late Chris Benoit.
God, I'm sorry to laugh.
Former WWE talent Mark Jindrak. See, he might be able to get out of that because it calls him a talent. So, the now defunct Panda Energy. Panda Energy is defunct.
I didn't know that. Is that true?
Well, hey, I'm just a small-town bird lawyer. I just know what I read on the interwebs, and it says, obviously, I went to the meetings with these other people. I just didn't know that Panda had gone out of business.
No shit, I'm on Wikipedia. This is true. Panda Energy International was an American privately held company headquartered in Dallas, Texas, which constructs, maintains, and operates environmentally friendly power plants. The organization has been recognized by Newsweek magazine as one of the top 10 eco-friendly energy companies in America.
Apparently, it didn't get them very far.
As of 2010, it has been affiliated with Panda Power Funds. Panda Energy informed its shareholders that it would shut down at the end of 2018.
Wow! So, Dixie bankrupted her parents also, apparently.
On September 6, 2018, Panda chairman, Janice, it says chairman, but Janice Carter, sent what she referred to as the final shareholder letter. The letter states independent power companies can no longer operate. Wow. So they shut down.
They can no longer operate.
When did TNA get sold?
Oh, good Lord. A couple of years before that, wasn't it? Well, nevertheless, they're going to have to answer for this conspiracy that we were all in together. And by the way, the list continues. Would you like to hear the next name on the list?
Yeah.
Home Depot.
Oh, well, they have duct tape.
How'd you know? Also, the now defunct Florida Championship Wrestling. Steve Kern.
Oh, no.
The National Wrestling Alliance. NWA President Billy Corgan. The now defunct Deep South Wrestling.
The late Sam Mushnick. Paul Bosch.
Bank of America.
I can believe that.
Basketball star Michael Jordan.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know, he lost a lot of his money in that fucking tennis shoe thing.
Well, he's a gambler. Well, he made money with the tennis shoes.
Well, no, but you don't know what his overhead was. Several universities. And then it got Jim Cornette. Mick Foley. Followed by, I'm glad it didn't say the now defunct Jim Cornette, but Mick Foley, New York City area energy company Con Edison.
Wow.
And countless others, too numerous to list here I'm reading from pwinsider.com and Mike Johnson's excellent reporting on this. And he's been on this case because obviously there has been no movement on the case for months. Good, because I didn't even fucking know it existed until I saw this headline today.
You haven't been served, obviously.
No, it says none of the defendants listed have been served as of this writing. But I'll tell you what, right now, as soon as I am, this has got to be the next Crusade for Children fundraiser to sell copies of it on the website. So, but wait a minute. It's a 48-page lawsuit.
Oh, I need this. Where is this?
Wait a minute. It shows that she is seeking, do you know how much in damages she's seeking for this conspiracy that all of us, including Home Depot and the now defunct people, entered into? How much does she want in damages?
There's some big companies and a bank, at least one bank listed there. I'm going to go with $1 billion.
$3 billion.
I went high and she went higher. Wow.
It's a 48-page lawsuit. And apparently the majority of the filing is a long list of defendants, some of whom are listed multiple times. And, but now, folks, in case you're wondering, she has been involved with the, how do we say this again? Once again, I'm only the small town bird lawyer. She's been involved with the legal system over the past 4 years or so, and PW Insider's been reporting on that. But apparently the charges go back to August 2019, when she failed to appear in court and was listed as one of El Paso's most wanted fugitives.
Oh, wow.
Because she was accused or charged, however the phraseology is, with interference with child custody and aggravated kidnapping facilitate.
That's what she's accusing you of.
Well, yeah, well, see, there's obviously a difference of opinion here. In the state of Texas, interference with child custody is when someone takes or retains a child when that person knows that the taking or detention of the child violates a judgment or order. And apparently there was multiple no-shows of her in court. Her bail was revoked. A bench warrant was issued for her arrest, but she posted a bond, but then she was picked up. Apparently, she claims she was taken to Rikers Island after she was arrested by U.S. Marshals in October of 2021, but they failed to provide a scintilla of evidence. That's a quote, scintilla, about her extradition. And she claims judge overseeing the hearing ordered her released, but the arrest and hearing allowed for the kidnapping of her children, and that the law enforcement agencies involved failed to intervene. So basically, she apparently took some children that she does not have custody of, and when they caught her and took them back, we all entered into this conspiracy along with Con Edison, Michael Jordan, Home Depot, and the Las Cruces, New Mexico Police Department, among others, with Nikki Bella taking the notes as executive secretary.
I knew you were up to something.
And this may have been what defuncted Panda Energy. They may have been paying under the table to keep this news out of the public eye. But anyway, so now the judge has ruled that she can move forward with suing these 48 pages of people. So I'm sweating this. I'm calling Stephen P. New. And now here's the thing. The last I saw of this woman, she was doing YouTube videos a couple of years ago where she was out in front of some courthouse or some place to do with her legal plight, and she was cutting this promo that sounded like a combination of Ron Wright and a Southern Baptist preacher, where she was doing the whole almost speaking in tongues, and they have not given me my rights, and they have interfered with my freedoms, and one would think that, I don't know if what the proper term may have been, raving or ranting, but one would think if a person was acting like this out in front of a county building or a city building or a public building, that someone would come along and put a net over them, take them in for some kind of observation or maintenance or something. And then it references this in the PW Insider Post, and apparently the videos were made private on YouTube. So I guess we can't see those anymore. But now you realize I've not even seen this woman in person in 15 years.
Yeah, it doesn't really say what you have done as part of this conspiracy.
No, I mean, and it's not as easy to figure out as it is to see what the fucking Omega Sci-Fi fraternity would have had to do with this. I mean, that's easy. But me, it would be a little harder to tie to this. I tried to cover my tracks. But no, she came into TNA, I guess after they flunked her out of Deep South, she was trying to do independent stuff, and she is a large, striking-looking woman. So they hired her for the Knockouts division. And, I mean, obviously, I don't know if you were even watching at the time, but I don't know if she was as rotten as Linda Miles, but I often had Linda Miles flashbacks when I was watching her matches. But it wasn't my program. OVW was mine, so I was more obsessive about it and the quality of same, whereas I was turning a blind eye or holding my nose for a lot of things that were in TNA at that point, male and female. So, but I don't recall her being the second coming of Sherry Martel or Medusa or whatever. But in digging deeper into my personal relationship with Raka Khan, who now it's come to this, that our relationship has deteriorated to the point where she's suing me. I want to sue. I think I'll sue you. Raka Khan, please don't sue me. Please don't sue me, Raka Khan. I want to sue. I think I'll sue you. Raka Khan. Here's the interaction I had with this woman in TNA. Because by 2008, I don't even think I was doing the authority figuring that I had been doing earlier. I think they had Mick doing that by that point. But I was an agent, producer, blah, blah, blah. I never agented or produced or whatever they were calling us then any of the women's matches. That was usually Dutch. Occasionally had help from one of the other boys. I think Lance Diamond did some of them. But I was usually doing the other matches, and I was in the truck, so I never worked with the Knockouts matches. And I'm trying to think if I was ever even on camera with this woman in terms of our professional relationship there, where we were both fulfilling our jobs in TNA, because, I mean, it doesn't come to mind, but I did a lot of them. You know, old Shitstain was a master of the pre-tapes back then. and he had backstage pre-tapes blocked out for, the original cast of fucking Ben-Hur in some cases. So we may be in a group scene. We were faces in the crowd. I don't know. But I also never had a meaningful conversation with it. Literally, our interaction was limited to, Raka Khan, how you doing? Good, how are you? Boy, it's going to be a hot one today. Sure is. Raka Khan. If she was standing in front of the Coke machine, I might say, is the Sprite sold out again today? No, I'm not sure. That type of interaction. And then I was trying to think, okay, since we never had a meaningful personal conversation, nor did we ever work together in a professional capacity for the company that we were both with, her even more briefly than me. Did we ever mention her on our podcast, Brian Last? Did we cover just the original news when she was on the most wanted fugitive list? We could possibly have done that.
I'll look it up to see if we ever talked about her on the YouTube channel. I mean, she must have come up at some point because there was also all that drama with her and Kurt Angle. So,
oh yeah,
and I've heard her name before. So, and I don't watch Impact, so it must have come up.
Actually, I think the majority of times that her name might have been mentioned since she was not on television anymore might have been if people were telling stories about Kurt Angle. Poor old Kurt, who fell under her influence at one point in time, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Yeah, nothing on the YouTube channel that I see.
So, I've covered my tracks well. Hopefully nobody will be able to find out I was actually the ringleader. And the kids are actually in my attics. I've just had spray foam insulated. That's why I didn't want the little crumb snatchers to be in the attic and the heat or the humidity. So I made it a nice little space for them. They're chained up in there right now.
Well, hold on, though. Let me stop you. The kids she's talking about, is she claiming that the kids that she kidnapped are the kids that are being kidnapped from her?
Apparently, she kidnapped the kids and was not only charged with it, but actually on the most wanted fugitive list for failing to appear in court to answer for that.
Are these the same kids in question?
Yes, when they finally caught her and took her to jail to Rikers Island, as she says, that allowed for the kidnapping of her children away from her, the ones that she had kidnapped. So it's a double reverse kidnap here, which is even more serious in a court of law, could be a double felony, and double jeopardy laws do not apply.
So is this they arrested her for the charge of kidnapping the kids, and at that point Child Protective Services jumped in, took the kids into their custody to return them back to, I don't know who, whatever the state of origin was in this country? And then
yes,
now that's exactly what it is?
Pretty much like what has just happened here. But they're in on it too, because,
of course.
The El Paso Child Protective Services are the state of Texas is the first defendant.
I'd sue them first too. They're big.
Yeah, and they're big, and they run the whole shebang down there, the whole ball of beeswax. And the FBI, we knew they were crooked.
That's what I've been hearing for so long. I didn't know it was going to take Raka Khan to convince me of it.
Ever since they lost Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., they have not been the same organization.
Okay.
All righty there. So we're going to keep you up to, as long as we can continue doing this program. I know my legal fees are going to be ridiculous because Stephen P. New is I'm afraid he's not going to handle this for me. I'm going to have to go out there in the pool of attorneys because he don't want to be known as a noted conspiracy attorney.
He may take this one on for the laughs. I don't know.
Well, I think I told you. I think that's why that this apparently a judge has said this lawsuit can move forward with prepaying any court fees. If she prepays the court fees, they say she can move forward with the lawsuit. I think the judge
what does that
says,
mean?
I got to see what the fuck's going to happen here. Well, apparently there's fees when you file some kind of suit. So if she gives them the money, she can file the suit.
So you can file as crazy a lawsuit as you want as long as you pay for it?
Sure. This is America.
I've never thought about doing just crazy out of the blue lawsuits. This isn't
You can sue anybody for anything. Every lawyer I've retained for the last 40 years, and there's been several, has told me that.
All right. You're going to be home tomorrow?
No, I'm going to leave on a long vacation.
Well, let's go to our next topic here, Jim, and this is another one very popular with the listeners. Several have sent this in. Yesterday, as we are recording on Twitter, May 8th, 2023, Chris Jericho tweeted out a photo of a coat check ticket.
No, wait a minute. Don't tell the photo that he tweeted. I know what you're going to say here. Read the tweet first. It was a plea for help. I guess the 911 lines were busy. There were no police officers anywhere around. Chris Jericho was physically and mentally, I believe, assaulted.
Well, I have the tweet here.
And but the only way that he was able to report this crime was on Twitter. Read the tweet if you will.
Chris Jericho on Twitter. Hey, Mandalay Bay, it's unacceptable that you tried to bully me and assault me when all I wanted was my bags that I left at concierge. Your security staff ignored me, that's in caps, for 30 min, and when I made some noise, physically and mentally assaulted me and laughed in my face. I want restitution now! And that's in caps, with the attached photo of the coat check ticket.
Yes, the photo was not of him with a black eye looking like Britt Baker on her T-shirt because he was physically assaulted, or it wasn't a picture of him, I don't know, crying because he was mentally assaulted. I don't know. And what is restitution these days for mental assault? But it was a picture to prove these accusations, a picture of his claim check. That was it. It hold in his hand, holding his in between his finger and thumb. But Brian, this is something it's becoming epidemic now in this country. You go to a luxury hotel and you want to get your bags, you want to get your car from the valet park, and they just come up and they just beat the shit out of you. And then they verbally browbeat you, and then they laugh in your face. Have you heard? I've heard that happening just everywhere here lately.
I don't have specific examples in front of me, and I apologize for that. I apologize to the court. However, I could be wrong. This isn't the first time Jericho's tweeted out some kind of weird hotel complaint or airport complaint.
There's many times. Hey, Delta Airlines, you fucked up now, boy. Like he's assembling the Avengers somewhere with these tweets to go and rain hellfire, damnation, and fury down on these people at the various car lots and convenience stores and hotels and concierges that he seems to have an inordinate amount of trouble with. And I mean, I've done a lot of traveling, and I will admit that I normally stayed in more cost-effective establishments that didn't have valet parking, and I generally take my own bags to my own room, except when forced. But I have never been verbally or physically assaulted by the valet parking guy. And there was, remember, it was a couple of years ago. He went over to the UK for a tour, and he tweeted, "Well, this hotel I'm in sent the police to my room and kicked me out for no apparent reason at 3:00 in the morning.
I was minding my own business.
Minding my own business in my own room.
Blasting my radio.
but listening to music, I believe, was what his story was. But here's the thing. They don't send the fucking police the first time for loud music. I've been in a few situations where I've been the person calling saying, why are people bouncing off the wall on the other side of my fucking hotel room wall here? And I assure you, it takes 3 or 4 fucking visits from management before any cops are called. But so he got kicked out of a hotel and said he was walking the streets in the middle of the night in the UK somewhere a couple of years ago. He's constantly got a problem with a restaurant or an airline. And one would think that if tweeting about it was resolving the issue, he wouldn't have so many of these problems. Maybe he ought to figure out what's causing it all and or talk to somebody about it. We should have had better help in here at this point. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that just if there was no contributing factor, mitigating circumstance, or fault on the part of the customer that even if you find a prick working at the, concierge, area of the Mandalay Bay, that at the same time, they're not going to physically and verbally assault you as well as laugh in your face after that happens. I mean, there's got to be two sides to this story, Brian, don't you think, is what I'm trying to say.
Did Chris threaten to kick their ass and they laughed at him?
Now that may be possible. I'm wondering what the entertainment factor was in how he confronted this situation, and what, he had to wait for 30 minutes, and I'm sure he probably spoke up about it. And to be honest, that's another reason why I don't like to stay in hotels where you valet your car or they have to carry your bags for you, because then you're at the mercy of somebody else's schedule. You got to go somewhere, they won't get your car. You need some shit, you ain't got your bags. But if you're going to do that, don't do that. Or if you're not going to do that, then do that. See, that's clear.
Are you being a bully if you use your Twitter mob?
Well, if there was legitimate bad service or a legitimate complaint, then I think that's pretty much justified, or certainly something that could be done. But when you go past, okay, boy, they took a long time to get me my shit, and they're understaffed, or they have bad attitudes or whatever, and you go into, I was physically and mentally assaulted, then maybe that you've gone past something that can be dealt with on Twitter, and you need to go, I don't know, like the manager. What did the manager have to say?
Hey,
when the staff physically assaulted this television personality?
I just found a recent example from January 22nd, 2023, 12:45 a.m. from Chris Jericho on Twitter. Hey, Derek!
Why? Hey, Derek!
I can't speak. Hold on. Hey, Derek, the manager. I'm a Hilton's Hotel Diamond member with 2.5 million points. So why did you threaten me when I checked into the Hilton President in Kansas City and you didn't have the rooms I paid for available? You threatened.
How many rooms does he need?
You threatened and demeaned me when all I wanted was the rooms I booked. Awful service! All in caps.
He was threatened and demeaned?
If I'm Derek, I frame that fucking tweet. If I'm Derek, I have that tweet in my wallet. I hand it out to people.
Okay, so that was when?
January.
That was January. Why does Chris Jericho keep crossing the paths of all of these mean, incompetent, violent people?
The question is, what chain has he not done this to? This is Hilton, Mandalay Bay. I mean, he has all these points. Maybe he tries to stick with Hilton. I mean, it's a very nice hotel typically in most places.
I'm a Diamond member as well. I've not had any issues with being physically assaulted at any of their locations.
Who hasn't more points, you or Chris Jericho?
Well, he apparently don't use them. Because I've had millions of points over time, but I've used quite a bit of them as well, whereas it sounds like he's saving up to go to the fucking moon. You can pretty much get a free night in any fucking Hilton property, even the Waldorf Astoria, for like 80,000 points. He's got 2.5 million.
Is this a gimmick? Now I'm starting to wonder if this is a gimmick. Here's another tweet. January 7th, so before the other one, 2023, 8:20 p.m. Hi, reservations.com. I accidentally pressed wrong button for the suites I reserved for Wyndham Hotels in Deerfield Beach. When I called to change 20 seconds later, I was told, quote, tough luck, deal with it.
Wait,
I find that unreasonable, and I would like to change, not cancel, all in caps, this reservation, total swindle.
You know who he sounds like on Twitter?
Don't say it.
He sounds like disgraced ex-president Fuckknuckle. Awful service.
That's why he buys hotels, so he has a place to stay.
Unacceptable. Awful service. Witch hunt. Here's another thing. What did you just said there that said he was... How was he mistreated there? How did he phrase it?
Highreservations.com. I accidentally pressed the wrong button for the suites I reserved for Wyndham Hotels in Deerfield. When I called to change 20 seconds later, I was told, quote, tough luck.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Deal with it.
Deal with it. You know, again, I hate the telephone workers in most places because they're usually either lost or stupid, potentially rude, but I've never had any, no matter how bad, say tough luck and deal with it. They're being monitored. If they say tough luck and deal with it, I think they get canned or an electric shock in their ass from their desk chair or something. They're supposed to say, we're sorry, sir, there's nothing we can do, but not tough luck, motherfucker, deal with it. How does he elicit these responses from people?
Well, here's another one. This one goes back a ways. July 18th, 2019, 9:05 p.m. Hey, Delta baggage service lady at Atlanta Airport. When a connection is missed and you hold my bags hostage overnight, it's not necessary to be rude or flippantly say, quote, I don't care if you've flown 3 million miles on Delta. Okay. There's plenty of other airlines to spend my money on.
Not at this rate. They're going to see him coming. They're going to put him on a federal no-fly list just for being a prick.
All right. Well, apparently Delta texted him, tweeted him back. Hey, Chris, we're terribly sorry for the events described. Please know that's not our normal level of service. Please know if we can assist via this channel, feel free to share via private message for additional review. Thanks for sharing. We appreciate you letting us know. HAA. And then he quote tweeted that and said, I'm waiting for your DM, Delta.
Oh, and you know what? He's hell when he takes that expired potato salad back to the deli, too. He wants his money back for the whole container, not just half of it. 'Cause he may have eaten the first half, but that was before he realized it went bad.
This should be his new gimmick. He just gets on Twitter, complains about everything.
Hey, Todd.
Well,
hey,
you know
Arnold,
what?
Fuck you.
Well, you know what? These are obviously just the examples that have been made public. I'm sure there are many other examples that we don't even know about publicly, or at least a lot of you don't. But I would think whether I was Chris Jericho looking for the ability to play my music at any hour, day or night, and drunkenly yell at anyone I want, or perhaps you're a hotel chain looking to get some guy that thinks he's in Bon Jovi out of your hotel, perhaps someone needs to sue.
There's a need here in some form or fashion for legal representation, and folks, go no further than this man for that.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. He'll sue the rest.
Now, folks, you may say, what about if you're a put-upon traveler? Winding your way around the country and encountering various rude people that mentally and physically assault you and hold your possessions hostage, you may need to sue. But what about if the flip-flop was on the other foot? What about if you're one of these many people that works in the service industry, you're a bag handler, You're a valet parker. You're a hotel clerk. You're someone at the ticket counter of a major airline. And suddenly, for no apparent reason, someone rushes in and begins berating you about the service that you have not provided for them, and they identify themselves as a TV star of high importance, and something must be done because they've been mentally and physically assaulted, and it's your fault. You got to have some representation. That's why you need to call Stephen P. New, because he will get that Bon Jovi wannabe out of your hair once and for all, even if he has to pull out that Bon Jovi wannabe's hair plugs to do it. And folks, again, Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. If you're a member of a hotel chain, he will defend you against the charges that you should have known better than to let the guy have the key to the minibar. Then if you are a valet parker or a baggage handler, he will defend you because you couldn't give the person their possessions because the smell of vodka from the claim ticket made your eyes water and you couldn't read the number. Whatever the case may be, folks, Stephen P. New is going to take care of you. 888-692-8084, newlawoffice.com. Don't be attacked and harassed on Twitter by Karen Jericho. Do something about it. Defend yourself today in a court of law. All righty then. And did you tell me also, I've forgotten, we've been going on about this, but is there other news of another AEW talent that has suffered public misfortune?
Well, I mean, trying to see where to even start with this. Apparently Matt Hardy's Twitter got hacked, and the person has a hell of a sense of humor. Let me see where this starts. I see where it ends. Allegedly. Matt, you should just let us run the account. We brought your shit back from the dead. Shit. If I was Edge, I would have fucked Lita too.
What? What? Now wait, what? What in the world?
That stupid fucking sexual assaulting pedo Vince McMahon is a fraud and stole $2 million from me. Go back to touching little girls, you stupid old freak. Me and Jeff's beef was real. He fucked my wife because I made fun of his wife for having a yeast infection.
Now wait, hold now.
Hashtag it's true.
Wait, hold now. Hold on just a second, for heaven's sake, and even just one moment. So these messages, just out of the blue, were allegedly coming from the Twitter account of Matt Hardy.
No, they were coming from the Twitter account of Matt Hardy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Listen to the words that are being formed by my lips and are being emitted from my mouth. They were allegedly coming from Matt's official Twitter account, although it was someone impersonating this, but people had no knowledge of this beforehand. They just, if they follow Matt Hardy, they would have seen him say this and go, holy shit.
At Tony Khan, you're a bitch and only relevant because of your billionaire dad. And then there's a slur there. Maybe Chris Benoit wasn't that bad. Bitches be annoying. Should I leak the DMs of my wife, Rebby Hardy, saying the N-word? Let me know. And then there's a few words there I won't be repeating. This part here is a little funny. Sorry, everyone. I got hacked. But I've since regained access. Sorry for all the vulgar tweets, messages in the past few hours. I'll be removing them and restoring my account back to normal. The next tweet, psych bitch, it's still me. You ain't getting this shit back. So apparently another wrestler, Matt Hardy, is being hacked. The reason I don't talk to Jeff anymore is because he tried to sleep with my daughter. I fucking hate my ugly ass wife, Rebby Hardy. Thanks for sleeping with my brother, stupid bitch. Matt Hardy has hardcore midget porn in his bookmarks.
Well, now wait a minute. That's not that unusual, is it?
Hardcore midget porn? Is there another kind of midget porn that isn't hardcore?
Well, there's various stages, and then you get into, we'll talk about that off the air later on. But so But now people have obviously realized that he's been hacked, and he's hacked off about it. And is this guy still doing this as we speak? Has this been shut down? What's the current status?
I'm right now checking the current status as we are recording. I am scrolling down on Matt Hardy's Twitter page.
Well, if all of that stuff's still up there, then chances are he hadn't got a hold of it yet.
Oh, no, it appears that he has gotten back to his account and taken back over. As of this moment, we will see what happens for the rest of the day.
Good Lord. But, you know, that if you wanted people to think that you were somebody, you might have eased into that stuff a little bit more than just coming out with all of that, which would be somewhat uncharacteristic. And
do you think more wrestlers should do this? Just like have a meltdown on Twitter over the weekend and then say, I got hacked. But like, you know, it feels good. It's like you let it all out. You get it all out.
I just do that anyway. And it's Tuesday.
Well, you don't have to worry about coworkers and stuff. If you work there and all of a sudden like you're on Twitter and you're like, oh, she's a slut. She fucked this guy. And then you're like, I got hacked. It wasn't me. I don't know what happened.
No, it's Tourette's. Dude,
Twitter Tourette's?
Cartman, he just blamed Tourette's. They couldn't do anything. You fucking suck. Couldn't do anything to him. But dick, bitch, you no good whore. It couldn't do anything to him. It's a disability is what it is. So it could be Twitter Tourette's.
Twitter Tourette's.
Twitter Tourette's. All righty then. Hey, Derek.
Someone better call Sergeant McCoy.
You know, you don't know who to try. We just talked about Sports Illustrated being the least unbiased that they could possibly be. And we just talked about somebody impersonifying Matt Hardy and spreading all this fake news and these false tweets. Where, oh, where can you get real, honest journalism, the real wrestling news, or the real story from reliable podcasts, trusted voices in the podcasting world? Brian, where?
I can tell you exactly where. From the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Of course, get information about all the shows on Twitter at Superpodcast or on Facebook at facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. And you brought up the news, the wrestling news, every single day for free. Get your free daily wrestling newscast every morning. Get it directly from thewrestlingnews.com or look for Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And don't forget, it's also on the Arcadian Vanguard YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and search for Arcadian Vanguard. Want to make mention, once again this week on Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam, John Fell from Baltimore on the show to discuss 1983 and his upcoming move to Calgary. Hear that today at McAdamPod.com. Or look for Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! Go through the archive today at 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. The Mothership! What was
Do
that?
we have to
What,
talk
you got a
about
bag of chips? What was that?
No, that was me crumpling up my notes for this program. You've taken over completely.
The only thing I could think of that could be sadder or worse than the passing of a wrestling legend is another Monday night on the USA Network. Jim, I understand you watched Raw this week.
Well, and you know, we can't be that unfair because as Raw goes, this was not a rotten Raw. This was at least half-baked. There was a couple of things I actually enjoyed, and at least some hope for the future. And apparently, as we'll mention also here at some point in the program, they're on a ratings roll. And they were back up here to almost 2 million on the fast overnight international number game, whatever they fucking send out. We haven't heard from Thurston Howell III, you and I. We haven't officially, but it seems like the Raw numbers were up also. And they were at the Hartford Civic Center, which looked great. It was packed, looked great, right down the road from Stamford. That's apparently why they had numerous visitors, including the leader of the evil empire himself, his hot air balloon landed in the parking lot. Vince McMahon was there, apparently not being too overbearing. They said he changed the order of matches around, but I don't think he rewrote everything from scratch this week.
You know what's the biggest sign he's not being overbearing? The panting announcer. We always hear about Vince screaming in everyone's ear. Mick Foley quit because he couldn't put up with the screaming from Vince McMahon. Vince micromanages and yells. Michael Cole would be a 5-star announcer if not for Vince screaming at him. Then how does this guy get on the show? Just, all out of breath. Kevin Owens. Oh, he's panting. He's just panting. And then he just says names and nicknames and back to the panting. I can't deal with this fucking guy.
Loud noises.
Oh, look, Imperium. Oh, how is Vince allowing that? For everyone who wants to say Vince micromanages and screams at these guys, how is that getting on Raw?
Well, see, that's the way they talk over across the pond. Don't you know? They go, it's the Queen. Oh, it's the Queen. Oh, it's the Prince. Oh, it's the Count. Oh, it's the Count and his wife, the Oh. That's what they say over there. I'm just telling you. They say that word a lot. It means different things over there across the pond.
It's like he's kissing someone under a tree. Like just and Corey Graves is trying to make his voice deeper to get away from that. He was like, I don't know what you're doing. You know, you can tell he's trying not to do that.
Well, I don't think that you make those noises from kissing, and they'd be muffled anyway. Because if your mouth was cut, I think you're getting a full-fledged fucking old-fashioned under the tree over there. If
the visionary. Seth freaking Rollins just says names and pants. I can't deal with it.
He's having visions. At least the announcer's not the one seeing red fucking lights shining in his window.
It's more orangey red, and the wind is just, the trees are blowing all over the place, and the sky is red.
Wait a minute, you got an orange reflection through the window and a bunch of fucking hot air blowing? Have you checked to see if Trump's in your driveway?
Bedminster's right over here, so that's not an outrageous thought. But no, it's just, it looks like the fallout after the apocalypse out here right now. But back to Raw. Jim, well, before we get to, I know we have a lot of reviews, and I want to get a lot of questions in, but we have a lot of reviews, so we got to get some stuff going. Let me quickly ask you one question that a lot of people have sent in, and I'm hoping you've seen this. An image going around, Alan Blackstock discovered it on Twitter at Alan_cheapshot. He wrote, hang on a moment. There is a Young Bucks costume on Walmart's website.
Oh, God.
And the model looks quite similar to Dave Meltzer, and he's not exaggerating, other than what appears to be 2 toes on each foot.
What?
It looks very much like Dave Meltzer. Have you seen this?
Yes, I've seen it. Yes, people were tweeting it all over the Twitter the other day. And yes, he does look like he has cloven hoofs. I don't know if that's somehow maybe that was just the edge of the catalog or something. I don't know. But otherwise, yes, it looks slightly thinner in the face, but maybe it's just because he's so damn happy to be in that costume. But it's a Young Bucks Halloween costume. And it is clearly, whether it's Uncle Dave or not, a 60-something-year-old white man wearing it, which is just completely inappropriate on any level.
And he looks like Dave.
And then he looks like Dave Meltzer.
Did they try to find a model for the Young Bucks outfit that looked like Dave Meltzer?
I don't know what. I'm wondering if somebody's ribbing him, or did they somehow Photoshop this? Why would you? No adult male of that age, even if he was a catalog model or a male escort or a gigolo or whatever the fuck you need to be to pose for Halloween costumes for advertisements online. Nobody would put that costume on and stand there with that giant grin. And is it just my imagination because of who it looks like, or am I seeing his tongue even hanging out a little bit? And
that's your imagination because of who it is.
Okay, it's just the giant grin and the arms outstretched with all the buckaroo fringe hanging down. And no man of that age and that wasn't being held at gunpoint would look that jubilant wearing that ridiculous outfit and having pictures taken. Was this a community service deal that he struck? Okay, well, you won't go to jail. Just stand there and wear this while we take pictures of you.
I can't get past the talons or whatever's happening on the feet there, the hooves, as you put it.
Oh, what? Yeah, can you explain that? Was that somehow cut off in the printing, or it?
It almost looks like hands upside down, like making a pinching motion. I can't tell what it is.
Hands across the water.
You like wings?
I do like wings, but actually I'm on the boneless now more often because I don't trust my front tooth these days.
Boneless wings. Is that when Denny left the band?
Yes, that was boneless wings.
Okay.
But back to the cloven hooves of Dave Meltzer. See, there's English words that have never been put together in that order before. I have done something that's never been done on Earth with 6 billion people on it. But back to the cloven hooves of Dave Meltzer. Write it down, folks. So why does this motherfucker look this way? And what can we do about it? Who can we complain to about this? That should be on a registry somewhere. You're appealing to children for this childish play wrestling Halloween costume, and you've got this perverted-looking cloven-hooved man trying to sell him this outfit. What parent would see that and go, oh, I want my kid to look like that?
That's the question. Who is the audience that they think is going to buy this outfit? It's not even people in their 30s or 40s. This is a late 50s, early 60s-year-old man in this photo.
Even the fans of the Buckaroos, the Buckaroos out there in the Buckaroo universe, do they want to dress up like these fucking cloven-hooved pricks? Or do they just like to clap at their silly wrestling? Is there an adult audience for young bucks Halloween costumes?
You know, looking at it now, the fringes look kind of cool when you hold your arms up. They must be a pain in the ass when your arms are down.
Oh, they're heavy as shit. You got to think.
Yeah, like hitting your hands.
Yeah, slapping around. You can get tied up and tangled up. It's hell when they wear them around the house. It's hell on the fucking bric-a-brac, on the various shelves and end tables and everything. Every time they fucking point or just turn around, they're knocking shit off.
Well, that's why they use their hooves to catch the stuff that they knock off to put it back on the table.
Well, that is handy to be hooved.
Well, not handy,
it behooves you to be hooved.
That's right. Well, I think this has been Reggie's Corner on the show. and we're so happy there. All righty then. But it's your program. It is. Jim, another topic, another story that a lot of people have been sending us naturally. Sports Illustrated, SI.com, another one of their puff pieces by Justin Barrasso. Jon Moxley has a whole dissertation on why blood belongs in pro wrestling. He doesn't always intend to bleed in his matches, but he finds that getting busted open often goes hand in hand with the sort of performance he strives for. I don't want to go through the whole art. Well, I always say these are puff pieces. Let's see if it is or it isn't. It's 1:30 in the morning on Thursday. Air conditioning serves as a reprieve from the sweltering heat in Tokyo, which had felt like a sauna the previous 2 days at Korakuen Hall. Full of adrenaline from back-to-back physically grinding matches, full of blood, bruises, and foreign objects, Jon Moxley has no intention of going to sleep. So he agrees to take a phone call. Sitting on his hotel room couch, the shirtless purveyor of violence notices a puddle of blood beside him.
Wait a minute. The shirtless purveyor of... So basically he's lost his shirt in the wrestling business.
So he's doing a video interview with Justin Barrasso and he's not wearing a shirt. So he had to make sure we know that he's shirtless. But he notices a puddle of blood beside him.
You know what Justin Barrasso said? He said, hey, put your shirt on, Tarzan. Just because your breath smells like cheetahs and no sign that you're Tarzan.
Or he may have gone the other way and said, hey, you want me to take mine off too? Would that make you more comfortable?
Well, that might be. Just depends on whether he was Jake from State Farm, but go ahead.
Well, back to the puddle of blood.
I just realized that. It's not the first piece of furniture I ruined. They'll charge me for the cleaning.
Some love Moxley's bold, unapologetic style. Others don't. But he is pioneering...
Some believe he should be forced to apologize for his style.
But he is pioneering a different style, one covered in blood. I'm sorry. It's almost like I said, AI, make me a Jon Moxley story. Oh, hold on. That was visibly apparent this week when Moxley celebrated the 4th of July at Korakuen Hall. He teamed with Homicide against Jun Kasai and El Desperado in a gnarly Doomsday no disqualification match.
Wait a minute. Was that a title of the match or just his description, gnarly? Is that a match they have over there, a gnarly Doomsday match?
No, I think it was just Doomsday. He called it gnarly, although now that you say it actually does sound like the gnarly Doomsday match.
It's badass.
And the chemistry with Desperado was quite evident.
Who is June? What's her name now? June? Who?
Well, his
June
name,
Cleaver?
Jun Kasai is the name here.
Well, wait, I thought June was a girl's name.
No, in Japan, that's a man's name. Jun Akiyama?
So June Cleaver would have been the man, and then I guess Ward's a woman's name?
Well, let me go to some quotes here.
Desperado is a free spirit in the way he works and presents himself.
Says Moxley, who wrestled Desperado for the first time last July at New Japan Pro Wrestling's Music City Mayhem show.
When you watch his matches in Mexico, he has a proclivity to think freely. I don't want to label him a deathmatch guy, but when you're in a room with him, you know it. We share an
It's because he's got incredible body odor.
We share an unspoken bond. We didn't have a ton of expectations for our first encounter last year, but it showed us what we're capable of doing together.
Let me go past the fluff here. Here we go. The tag bout ended with Moxley covered in his own blood, foreshadowing his death match against Desperado the next day. But unlike the tag, a defeat, Moxley was victorious in the singles bout, and naturally, covered in his own blood.
I have a whole dissertation on my theory about blood in modern wrestling. Do we have time for that?
A resounding affirmative was the response to that inquiry. Moxley then proceeded to offer his reasoning on why blood belongs in pro wrestling.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Considering there is always logic embedded in Moxley's storytelling,
what?
It is no surprise that a hallmark of his philosophy...
Wait a minute. Where's the logical explanation for stabbing a son of a bitch in the head 4 times with a screwdriver and not beating him?
It is no surprise that a hallmark of his philosophy is sound reasoning.
This is a combat sport. College wrestling is a combat sport too. They have blood timeouts to patch it up. The lowest prelim bout of a UFC card or a boxing card, somebody might have a little blood on their eyebrow or blood coming out of their nose, but they're not selling a blood sport. It's true. Tune in for the blood. Tune in for the gore. It's part of the aesthetic. It adds realism.
A much shorter answer, Moxley explained, is that he has so much scar tissue on his eyebrows and head that he cuts very easily.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I don't even want to, but I only know one speed. That's with my foot on the gas pedal. If we're gonna do something, let's fucking do it. That could be detrimental when it comes to negative things, like drugs or alcohol. But that's my mindset. If I'm doing it, I'm doing it. When it comes to blood, it's just gonna happen sometimes. Like I said, it's foot on the gas pedal. Some people say, this is just a random match. Why is there blood? I heard that last week versus Tomohiro Ishii. He's one of the greatest of all time. I'm not going to let that moment slip by. I'm going foot to the fucking gas pedal. How can I not? Then I hear that I can't have a good match without blood. Okay, then you made my argument for me. I'll do it every time.
Has he been huffing the gas as he's putting the foot to the gas pedal?
You said I can't have a good match without blood. Okay, so I'll bleed every time.
I'll bleed every time.
That is brilliantly stupid, but it's fucking hysterical.
It's well, in his own weird way. And let me ask you this, Brian, when they have the UFC blood timeouts or the college wrestling blood timeouts or whatever, have we gotten a good on-camera shot of one of the competitors cutting their own heads with a razor blade right before we go into that?
No.
To keep the credibility of the sport up.
No, there's usually not a close-up of that. Usually one of the fighters doesn't get on the mic. Well, I shouldn't say that. They yell fuck.
Yeah, they do yell fuck. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but there's no blading or screwdrivers in the UFC.
And basically, so by keeping the credibility of the business up, he's talking about not selling anything to make it all look phony, doing blatantly preposterous and nonsensical things with furniture and implements to make it all look phony. And as long as I and or some of the people that I'm working with slice ourselves open to bleed for real, even though everything we do looks like phony fucking shit, then it will add to the credibility of the wrestling industry. Is that what he's saying here?
I guess, and we'll go back to it because the big quotes are coming up, but what are your thoughts in general? We've talked in the past a little bit about it, that this is the kind of stuff SI is putting on their website.
Well, yeah, I mean, the literary fellatio has become boundless as far as the not only the seductive and blatantly erotic descriptions of the shirtless Moxley, who had a pencil-thin mustache and was wearing Speedos, but also just the ridiculous amount of praise of this shit that you would expect coming from a fanzine level writer, and it's people writing for what used to be Sports Illustrated. That's embarrassing.
But do you think that's a problem?
I mean, with anything, with people we like. You know, Time and Newsweek shouldn't be saying, and CM Punk is the savior of wrestling and the best talent that's ever existed, and many people throw hotel keys at him whenever he walks down the aisle.
That's the problem. Like, you want serious wrestling writing, and then the people who get the gigs want to do fan club stuff. And maybe it's a double-edged sword where you can't get access to the wrestlers you want to talk to for these things unless you're going to blow them.
No, that sounds like a little over and above. Because John Moxley doesn't even know all those words, much less to tell somebody to write that about him.
Well, let's go back to this. Moxley's thesis is that blood will be shed. He backs it up with solid arguments and a willingness to question whether WWE's approach to blood is the correct method. The point of the dissertation is that this is a combat sport. But we're not allowed to have blood in a match unless it's a personal grudge? We're only allowed to have blood after a 5-month grudge, after somebody slept with somebody's wife, or somebody ran over someone with a car? And then, only then, we're allowed to have this dramatic crimson mask that looks the exact same every time? For me, realism-wise, since this is a combat sport, that means that there is the potential for blood in every match.
He's hung up that he's a tough guy. He has convinced himself. And apparently a few other people, not many, but he is wholly on board with the delusion that he's this badass tough guy. And no, you stupid son of a bitch. You're not going to have blood every time out because most guys in the wrestling business, instead of just slicing themselves open in any random match, would rather save it for when it will make them some money and mean something at the gate. But you do you.
Everything in wrestling is preposterous to some degree, but this helps with the suspension of disbelief. I'm actually for less blood, but more often. If every single match on the card had a busted eyebrow or bloody nose, it would be just part of the sport. But some gory spectacle with blood shooting like a hose is pretty unnecessary. We're elbowing each other in the face every single match. We're kicking each other in the face every single match. What are these people made of if they're not bleeding? People ask why there is blood in the ring every time I leave it. It feels unnatural to go out of my way to make sure no one is bleeding. That feels like I'm taking my foot off the gas pedal.
Oh, the gas is back.
That doesn't interest me. What's up with the gas pedal? That's 4 references to this already.
I guess he was speeding on his way to the interview. In more ways than one, it sounds like.
So what do you think about the idea there should be blood in every match to some degree? A little bit here, a little bit there, sprinkled over here.
A soup's on there. Again, there are ways that you can make or would want to make works simulate shoots, and there's ways that you don't. And it can be anything from the fact that, remember the first UFC special on Fox back in, I think it was 2009. They built up the big main event. It was Dos Santos and goddamn, who was it? Nevertheless, they built this big fucking main event up like the goddamn cataclysmic confrontation between the Christians and the Lions, and it was over in less than a minute. And that's the problem with shoots. You sometimes don't give the people their money's worth. And in other times or other cases of how you don't necessarily want your working to look like a shoot, if everybody bleeds in some description, or even most of the people bleed in any description on a wrestling show, then again, like all the dives that are now not only commonplace but boring, or all the other shit you can't get away from, people just become numb to it and they overlook it. It becomes part of the sport, like Numbnuts there said. And then you can't use it to draw any money anymore because it's normal. Everybody expects it. And they don't even pay any attention to it. But this fucking lunatic can't get that.
Well, let me finish up here. I'll skip to the bottom. Only 37. Moxley is
and looks like that.
Moxley is old enough to know that careers do not last forever. That makes him even more grateful to soak up moments like this. And for the work he is doing with the Blackpool Combat Club, which is building to a blood and guts match against the Elite in 2 weeks on Dynamite. At some point, some match will be my last. This existence in my athletic career is finite. I feel like I didn't use a few of my peak years to my full potential, a lot of which is no fault of my own. Some of it is, so I'm very in the moment. I want to wring the sponge of every ounce of potential. I want to find out exactly what I could become. Join the army. Regret is one of the worst things in life.
Yeah, motherfucker, do more before breakfast than most people do all day.
Regret is one of the worst things in life. There's some really good quote about it. Regret lasts forever or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I want a career without regret.
We haven't heard the quote. We'd like you to tell us the quote now that you teased us with the quote.
As the time extended well beyond 2 a.m, this American-based reporter apologized for taking up so much of Moxley's night. Nonchalantly, and in trademark fashion, Moxley offered a logical response before attempting to get some sleep. I don't go out after shows anymore, so I end up bored as fuck. It worked out perfectly. And that's the end of the article here.
Well, at least he ends up after his matches like everybody else that's watched him ends up.
That's why he's so obsessed with Stallone. He goes back to the hotel. What's on TV? Just all these various Stallone movies.
Rocky 3. I know there's news emanating from south of the border about some of the other AEW, I guess you can call them talent. They're on the roster. And we're not sure what do we even know where this happened otherwise than the country? Do we know a specific? It was after a AAA match last night?
It was in Tijuana. It was Triple Mania in Tijuana, I believe.
Triple Mania in Tijuana. Was a donkey on the show.
Will you stop it? This is a big event. This is the biggest event for AAA every year. AAA.
Well, that's why I figured they'd bring in the donkey, the dancing bear, everything they could throw at them.
There are no donkeys currently involved with AAA.
But unfortunately...
that I know of.
Well, no, I wasn't saying unfortunately about that. I'm saying unfortunately about the topic that we're about to discuss. Unfortunately, See, old Kenny and old Don Fallis, I guess they're not welcome on Collision because there's other people that are not welcome on Wednesday nights. So they're being kept. So to have employment on Saturday night, instead of being with the AEW crew doing the great Collision program, they were down in Tijuana riding the donkey over to the event that they had down there. I mean, I can't, it has to be some kind of dog and pony show, because how else could what we are about to describe happen? Don Fallis was attacked not by a fucking heated fan, not by a mark, but by a goddamn random photographer in the middle of a press conference. That
and we have audio, however you want to play it.
Well, yes, but there are no fans. This is not during the show. This is after the show. They were apparently outside on a football field type of stadium thing. And now there's a bunch of people asking Kenny questions about his match that he had with Viking O. And they're all either shooting with their phones or they've got cameras. And it's like, you saw the tent where, you know, I guess maybe they had some Gatorade under the fucking tent. There's nobody in the stands. There's nobody there. It's the press conference, the media scrum, right? And they're on the sidelines of the football field. Have I described this visually appropriately enough for people to get the picture?
I don't know if it's a football field or a baseball field or a soccer field.
It's some kind of sporting stadium where they're on the sidelines of it, and it's after the show, and there's a bunch of, and these look like, you know, obviously everybody that's there is shooting it. It's not just random fans standing around. There's not that many people there. Where are they, 30 or 40?
The people that are standing around appear to have passes around their neck, so you would think they were cleared. Like you said, there are a few people with the media shooting on their phone, but that's not abnormal nowadays with the media. But there are also people with microphones and cameras. Everyone seems to be a part of this.
And then suddenly, old Don comes out and starts yelling at Kenny, as often happens in these media scrums, right? And they're going back and forth. And then Who Would Take a Shit comes and jumps on Kenny, and he's down on him, beating him up. And you see some guys that are mostly dressed in black that look like they would probably be some of the promotions people or whatever they're starting to try to get the fucking heel off the baby face. And then they've got him kind of like, oh, come on now. It looks like everybody's with this fucking program, right? And then as they take a shit one way and Kenny's selling over here on the field, on the ground, Don runs over to be the chicken shit heel manager and runs over and starts trying to give him the Jimmy Hart pitter pat fucking kicks. And suddenly some random guy that's got a camera that's taking pictures or whatever grabs Don from behind, and you see this going off camera because they're shooting the angle that they think is going on, right? They're not shooting. They don't know some guy's going to go into business for himself. And the fucking guy, the photographer, reaches around and grabs Don, and you can see there'd be a little struggle, and you see the photographer's leg go in between Don's leg. He's doing a leg trip on Don Callis, like he's goddamn a member of the Gracie family or something, and fucking takes him down to the ground with a whoomp. And you hear Don's going, Conan, he's...
That's my favorite thing in the second part of it, because there's two different cuts of the video. It's like the Zapruder film. No one has the exact moment.
Now, they got a couple of different angles when people noticed there was something going on, but nobody's got the unobstructed thing.
Conan!
And then when the other camera goes over to him, the guy's on top of Don. He still doesn't realize what he's done. And Don is going, are you fucking ribbing? What the fuck is going on here? And another guy comes over and tells the photographer, get off it. And the photographer gets up and just lets go and doesn't realize he's done anything wrong.
No one else seems to be bothered either.
No, because he's got a rear naked choke on fucking Callis on the ground. So apparently he hurt his fucking ankle and fucking whatever else when he took him down. And there's Don going, are you fucking ribbing me? We're doing an angle out here. This guy's not smart.
He wanted to get back into the business so bad. He has a giant scar on his head. Now he's getting attacked by photographers on soccer fields in Mexico.
And people on Twitter heard the initial news. The initial headline was "Attacked by Fan," right?
Well, the original. Let's go in order here. Brian Alvarez broke the news. At least that's where I saw it, and everyone else I've seen said that this is where the first report was. Here's the quote: "Everything was an angle up to that point, but then a fan who was apparently upset about what Don had said to Kenny jumped Don from behind, ripped his suit, concussed his eardrum, and busted open his mouth while he was trying to choke out Don from behind. Don was screaming profanities at the fan. Callis's neck and ankle were both injured in the attack, and he's headed to San Diego for medical attention."
I'm not laughing at he's hurt, but I'm like, yes, he was screaming profanities, but it wasn't like, I'll fucking kill you, you motherfucker. It was like, are you fucking ribbing me? Get this motherfucker off me. Who the fuck, what the fuck kind of fucking dog and pony show is going on here? Because the guy wasn't trying to fight him. He was he saw the other people, because that's what he leg tripped him, took him down, had him in a rear naked choke, and was restraining him. Like he was one of these people that go off on the subway, right?
That's right.
And because he saw other people doing it and thought he'd help. And I was telling you before we went on the air, there in Baltimore in 1986, at the Civic Center there, the Baltimore Arena, we were working with the Rock and Roll Express. I was handcuffed at ringside to Jimmy Valiant, right? And we're having a match, and Bobby takes a bump out. There's a couple of people at ringside, but one we've never seen before and never saw again. I don't know whether he was a local newspaper photographer or maybe one of the... He looked like he was young enough he could be in his senior year of college. He was like 6'3", 6'4", and 275, but not...
Oh, wow.
Not a football player. No, fat, big, fat, corn-fed. Like the football coach would have looked at him coming down the hall and then seen that he was a fat piece of shit and, no. But he was big. And he's there at ringside, and Bobby takes a bump through the nicest guy in the world of all people, takes a bump through the ropes, and he sees the guy at the last minute, and he tries to catch himself. But he and Regan, they're going to do something. And as he lands, he staggers back and bumps the guy, but he also says, get the fuck out of the way. Like, hey, watch out. You're going to get hurt. We're going to do something. And the guy, instead of getting out of the way, stood his ground and shoved Bobby in front of 10,000 people in a fucking... The World Tag Team Champion just got shoved by the goddamn fat fucking newspaper photographer, right? And Bobby goes back up and he's trying to work with him one more time, but he shoves him double. He said, I said, fuck off out of here, right? Trying to smarten him up, give him the issue or the Iggy, right? And the guy fucking shoved him back. Hot, right? Putting his camera to hot, shoved him back, and here we go. Bobby started fucking throwing right hands, and suddenly the cops who had been sitting there at ringside, obviously, didn't react with the shove because, it could be guys doing shit at ringside. When they saw Bobby laying in on this big ass, who was throwing back, by the way, this big fat fuck, they immediately grabbed this fucking guy and I don't know what his fucking issue was, but he was not going to move, not going to get out of the way, and he was going to stand his fucking ground. But sometimes people ain't fucking smart. I don't know, but again, Don's got a great lawsuit if he'd like to
in
pursue
Mexico.
it.
Yeah.
Well, oh yeah. Well, Tijuana is in Mexico, isn't it? It's right down from San Juan Capistrano.
I don't know about that, but...
Or is it Don Juan Capistrano?
I don't know about that.
But anyway, so that's what happened. So this fucking knucklehead thought that he'd join into pulling these guys apart because they were really going to have a fight there.
Conan!
You fucking ribbon? Get this fucking guy off of me. What the fuck?
Did you listen to Omega's answers to the questions? Because that's how it started.
I started for about 30 seconds, and
Do you want to hear any audio, I guess? I'll hear on the show is the question.
No, only the audio of the guy on Don, because the Kenny audio was, my God, is a fucking substitute for propofol. He speaks that way to everybody. apparently.
All right, let me go to, because there was a cut, and here's where Takeshita was on top of Kenny hitting him. So you'll hear Callis, because he's just talking shit like a manager in the background. So you'll hear him, and then there's a second version, which is a little louder. That's where you can hear the Conan! But hold on, here we go.
Shut up! Get the no! What Conan?
Coughing.
Conan!
And now Callis is being pulled away by a fan.
Yeah.
Or by the photographer.
Kenny, okay?
What the fuck is going on here? Jesus.
Get me! Hey!
And this Omega still doing the
Yeah,
angle.
no, Omega was the one.
Get up!
Oh, wait, let me
Go ahead.
lower
What?
that. That's version 2.
Well, just real quick. Omega was the one going, get off of me, but you could hear Don was going, Conan, and he said, Jesus Christ. The first thing I think was, no. When the guy grabbed him, he realized he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. He was, no. And then Conan, but he was the one going, Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
He's in the middle of this, all of a sudden he's dragged out and choked out.
What the fuck?
All right. Remember when AEW security choked out or they dragged down Frankie Kazarian? They didn't know he was going to be a part of something. They just some guy in a hood and they beat the crap out of him. But here's the second version, a little louder.
Hey, get the no! What Conan? Hey, Conan! Oh, no. Hey, yeah.
That's Conan.
Oh, and there goes the end of that.
Yeah, that Conan was, yeah.
Well, I don't know if that was Conan encouraging this.
I think it was. No, he was going, hey, let him go, that kind of thing.
Oh, I thought it was an encouraging,
Conan.
yeah, do it.
No. It was the other way. He was.
But the early reports were a fan attack, and clearly, because people were saying this is an example. Look at how much heat he has. This is the greatest heel work.
Oh,
that's
good
really
God.
not what this was.
The fucking. The Glinda the Good Witch could get knifed in Mexico. That's not a high bar to begin with, but there wasn't even any real fans there. Just a couple of marks, apparently.
With cameras around their necks.
Oh, my God.
Hey, what was the story? Because I can't remember. I think it's someone, but now I don't want to say it because I may be wrong. Didn't you get into a tug of war with a ring announcer that wasn't smart to anything one night?
Oh, the first time, what was his name? The Greensboro ring announcer,
Dr. Tom Miller.
Tom Miller. He didn't know that I was supposed to take the microphone and introduce my guys because and again, for the younger listeners, there could be entire house show cards in the old days where a wrestler would never touch the microphone. And most of the time, the announcer was told never to let the microphone go unless you're told to. Well, nobody had told him. I mean, I was doing it every night in house shows, TV, whatever, and I go to get the microphone and he ain't going to give it to me. And I'm fucking tugging back and forth, and I said, I got to do this, and I got it. And and there was sometimes also it would depend. That's not the only time it's happened, but usually it would be a local announcer that may not even be smart. Maybe somebody from the fucking VFW that's the local sponsor. And they don't want to give you the microphone. Well, I'm going to get it anyway, motherfucker. And, so every once in a while that would happen when you had just a wide variety of local people around the periphery of the ring.
Let me ask you this, because this does say something about where we are today and what is heat, what is real heat, what are fans smiling while booing. There are different things. What happened to Don Callis here, if we're being honest, based on what we see with AEW and their audience and these shows, he's had very little reason to have his guard up, even though he's a heel manager.
Oh, yeah, you don't have your guard up anymore. I wouldn't have actually, if I was in the country of Mexico, I wouldn't have had that many people behind me that they did there. But,
Well, that's going to be my question. Even, and again, I know you can't compare you in Mid-South in 84 to Don Callis now. It's a different animal. The world's different. The wrestling world's different. But if you're a heel in a situation like this where it's a press event, even then, do you have your guard down? Or should you even then be a little, one of these guys, may take this too seriously?
Well, no, see, that's the thing is that, and you got to recognize your venue. And I'm not just saying just because it was in Mexico. I've thought many times in some, you've seen some of the independent shows in the Northeast, where guys would be doing things out in the middle of the people. And,
yeah,
that was always questionable to me. And usually I was a babyface on Dennis Corluzzo's shows. But, anything in the ECW crowd, you would never know for sure. And now with the WWE event, there's security up the yin-yang, and with the exception of every once in a while, the weirdo that comes out and tackles somebody because they want to get on TV.
Oh, yeah, Rollins in Brooklyn, remember?
Yeah, but that's the thing is that if this was the territory days, a lot of the positions that people are in now where it rarely happens but does, and they get tackled or something happens, they wouldn't have been in those positions in those days to begin with, because you would have known at that point that there was an overwhelming odds-on probability something was going to happen. You couldn't go out into people. You couldn't be on an outdoor field. There weren't press events to begin with in those days. And, but the equivalent was like in the Sam Houston Coliseum, being up on that platform with Paul Bosch doing the live promos. You had 3 or 4 feet or 5 feet on the people so they couldn't get to you, but you had to get down the steps without them throwing shit at you and get back to the locker room, whatever. But everybody's let their guard down now because and even now a number of times I was managing at ringside, wasn't really looking around behind my back or whatever, whether I was a babyface or a heel, just because it doesn't happen anymore. But every once in a while something happens. But you were always on guard anytime you were in a public place in any type of performance in those days, because there was a high probability something was going to happen no matter where you were.
Should AEW sign the photographer? Mixed matches, Kenny and the photographer versus Callis and Takeshita.
I don't know. I think the photographer better retire undefeated. I have a feeling if Don finds out,
I don't know. He seemed like a big guy.
Well, no, if he finds out that the guy's connected with some company Don can sue, that would be a great opportunity.
Conan! Like he's trying to get him to pick up the phone upstairs. Conan!
What the fuck? I had somebody before we go into Gall and Bile review, and boy, the people were, again, that's something they were wanting to hear about because they couldn't believe their eyes. But a listener sent me this, Brian, and I'm not going to take credit for it, not because I'm trying to dodge heat, but because I don't want to take credit for somebody else's work. And at the same time, I don't know if they wrote it or they just sent it to me, so I'm not crediting anyone's names, but there's a new Christmas carol that even though it's the middle of summer and it's 80-something degrees outside, I feel like it's time after this past Wednesday night for a new Christmas carol to be officially adopted by the cult of Cornette. Brian, would you like to hear it?
It is July, Christmas in July, I guess. Sure.
It's called Tony the Snowman.
Oh, no.
Tony the Snowman has a holly jolly soul with a rolled up bill and a real red nose and pupils like black holes. Tony the Snowman dreams a fairy tale today. His booking's bad and the content's sad, but they'll beat WWE one day. He thinks there is some magic when the snow goes up his nose. For when he takes a little sniff, he thinks he books like roads. Oh, Tony the Snowman, he's alive as he could be. He jumps and shouts and stomps around, hugging talent awkwardly.
Wow, that was actually really good.
We appreciate the fine person who sent that in, whether they wrote it or not.
They just don't want their name out there?
I don't know. I know it was a completely anonymous.
A locker room musician?
It was one of those meme things that they sent rather than just writing it in an email. So I don't know where it came from. It's in public domain.
Oh, okay. Jim, Several listeners have been sending this in all morning, and Jace Nacarado just reviewed the entire 22 minutes. Hulk Hogan, who's on a media blitz, he did Joe Rogan's podcast, Theo Von's podcast. He's now on Muscle and Health Magazine's online platform doing an interview.
What is he pushing?
Apparently he's now involved with CBD or marijuana. One of the things that all these guys keep getting roped into, he's now involved with.
Okay.
And I'm sure he'll make a fortune. But in doing this interview, some of those classic Hulk Hogan lies have been coming out, or as he may call them, my story. I'm going to play you, I'm reading the quotes here as I'm talking to you. I'm going to play you this clip. Feel free to stop it at any time because it's filled with whoppers.
Okay.
I have not heard this yet. I'm only reading the notes, but let's go to this from Muscle and Health Magazine.
You were telling me earlier, before we started rolling,
Yeah.
you brought Simon Cowell to the United States.
Well, he came to help with the wrestling albums. I was, long story, I'll make it short. I was in Wembley Stadium and I saw a lot of Make-A-Wish kids. It was me, Michael.
Wait, what? Oh, wait.
The question is about him claiming he brought Simon Cowell to America.
Well, yes, and now we know that Simon Cowell was involved with the wrestling album.
Not his wrestling album. You're talking about the one they did in 1992.
Yes. It wasn't Hulk Hogan's album. It was a wrestling album that Simon Cowell did in conjunction with the WWF when he was a producer, right?
Right, but it wasn't, I'm not even talking about Hogan. I'm talking about it's not the original wrestling album from 1985. This was one they did in 92. Hogan wasn't involved. It was Randy Savage, Bret Hart, Tatanka, Hacksaw Duggan, the Nasty Boys. No Hogan.
But when was Hogan in Wembley Stadium? If it was 90, if the Wembley Stadium show with Bulldog and Bret was 92, right? Was Hogan even there?
August 92, Hulk Hogan was not booked. He was not on the roster at that time. He was not there, no.
And how long has Make-A-Wish been a thing? And do they have Make-A-Wish kids in England?
That I couldn't.
Is that worldwide?
It's worldwide, I believe, but also I think it's been going for a while. I got to double check when it started, but I've been hearing about it for years.
Okay, well, anyway, then, but yeah, Hulk didn't bring the WWF did bring Simon Cowell in as a producer on that album.
But they didn't bring him to America. The album was produced in England, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, you might be. I'm just talking about bringing him in to work with the WWF. That's right. Hogan said brought him to America.
He brought him to America, yeah.
Maybe it was Eddie Murphy was coming to America.
Well, let's go back to this.
But anyway, a lot of this is, he's responsible for everything. Air, oxygen, go ahead.
Jackson, Mr. T, who saw all the Make-A-Wish kids during the 80s and 90s.
Wait, hold on, stop. Let me rewind this a few seconds.
Long story, I'll make it short. I was in Wembley Stadium and I saw a lot of Make-A-Wish kids. It was me, Michael Jackson, Mr. T, who saw all the Make-A-Wish kids during the 80s and 90s.
Wait. Me, Michael Jackson, and Mr. T saw all the Make-A-Wish kids during the 80s and 90s.
At Wembley Stadium.
Yeah. I'm not saying that Hogan's never seen a Make-A-Wish kid. I don't recall Michael Jackson being involved with the program, and maybe if he was, they've hushed it up since then because it might seem unseemly. But yeah,
we would have seen a photo of Hulk Hogan with Michael Jackson at their peak in the 80s or 90s, whatever he's talking about. At some point, we would have seen it.
Or I've never even seen a picture of Michael Jackson with a Make-A-Wish kid. Have you?
I don't want to assume anything about these photos of Michael Jackson with kids, but let's go back.
All right,
to,
go ahead.
Let's go back to the Hulkster.
I had a kid there that was in rough shape. The EMTs were with him, and he was on a stretcher, and his body odor and stuff, it had a smell to it that I hadn't smelled in a while. Not bad, but it was just a different type of smell. And I really wasn't sure what it was, and the parents were freaking out. They were Hulkamaniacs, and I told the doctors and EMTs, the kid's in kind of trouble here, so let me say my goodbyes and give him a hug and kiss him. And I got a nice place for him out at ringside at Wembley Stadium. It's all roped off. So I went to wrestle, and I kept looking, and the kid wasn't there. So when I came back from...
The match wasn't there. You didn't work Wembley.
That's what... There's been one... WWF event in all of history in Wembley Stadium, right?
That's right.
And he wasn't on it.
No.
And they didn't have a place roped off for a Make-A-Wish kid with bad body odor. And why is he talking about how the kid smelled?
And then he goes, I didn't say he smelled bad, but it was just a very distinct odor. Well, let's go back to the man behind Hulkamania.
Wrestling, I was the last person to wrestle the main event. I said, what happened to the family out there? And they said, oh, the kid passed away. So when I found out the kid passed away, my manager, Jimmy Hart, the Mouth of the South, he used to be in a band too. And he had a couple of number-1 hit songs here in the States.
He used to be in a band too, like I did. Hold on one second. Jimmy Hart and the Gentrys had not only a legitimate #1 single, but a legitimate recording career for a few years, which is way, way, way past the level that Hulk Hogan has ever reached in music in his wildest dreams, for fuck's sake. And now he's like, yeah, my manager Jimmy, he had a few songs too. Good Lord.
Music before. So we stayed up all night and we wrote 12 songs for the kid's family. And I didn't know anybody in the UK. And Jimmy knew somebody from Select Records, and they got a hold of Simon Cowell. He produced a little album for us, and it went #1 on Billboard for 8 weeks. And we gave donated the money to the family.
Wait, what?
Oh my God!
How the fuck did we miss an album with a collaboration between Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart going #1 on the Billboard charts for 8 weeks?
8 weeks. See, that's the thing. It's like he says these things that are just incredible lies, but then he gives you weird detail to the lie that's a bigger lie, and it just makes you question your own existence. He's saying it. I mean, he believes his own shit, it seems like. Or something's going on. But let's go back to the what were we going to say?
It's something's going on. It's like he just tosses it off casually like it. Yes, and then the green space alien took me around to Poughkeepsie in his alien ship for fucking dinner at the diner.
See, like even like the story about the Make-A-Wish kid, if he had said me and Mr. T were at Wembley, then you could be like, okay, look, he took a lot of bumps. Maybe he means the garden. But then when he's like, me, Mr. T, Michael Jackson, we're all hanging out at Wembley Stadium.
We used to see all the Make-A-Wish kids in the 80s.
We'd all get together once a month and go find all the sick kids. Michael would stay longer than us. We didn't know what was going on.
Hey!
Let's go back to Hulkamania, or, well, Hulk Hogan himself.
He produced a little album for us, and it went #1 on Billboard for 8 weeks. And we donated the money to the family.
Oh, good
And then
God.
Simon came back to me and said we need to do the song with a band called Green Jelly over in the UK, and something called Leader of the Gang, a Gary Glitter song. And so that did really well on Billboard too.
What?
So when I came back to the States, I had the crazy idea, since I was wrestling, maybe we should do music here. So I grabbed Cyndi Lauper and Rick Derringer and a bunch of people, and we recut a bunch of songs. Land of a Thousand Dances.
Wait a minute, hold on. Now he's going back from the album that Simon Cowell was on back to the original wrestling album, right?
That's right. He just went from
Cyndi Lauper, a.k.a. Mona Flambe, 1992 to 1985.
That's right.
And he's the one who talked Cyndi Lauper into, not because she liked Captain Lou Albano, who she watched growing up on TV and met sitting on the airplane, but Hulk Hogan, hey, Cyndi Lauper, come on over, let's make some music.
And Rick Derringer. He also got Rick Derringer involved.
Well, sure he did.
Let's go back to Hulk Hogan.
Billboard too. So when I came back to the States, I had the crazy idea, since I was wrestling, maybe we should do music here. So I grabbed Cyndi Lauper and Rick Derringer and a bunch of people, and we recut a bunch of songs, Land of a Thousand Dances and stuff. And Simon came over and helped produce the wrestling album. Then he came and produced the second wrestling album, Pile Driver, and he never left. He stayed here and he became
That's absolutely not what happened in any way.
Besides that, doesn't he still live in England?
I mean, he may have a home in Beverly Hills or something, but he, I think, still has a residence in England. But he didn't come over here to stay after producing the Pile Driver album.
Oh,
he had nothing to do with that album or the one before it.
But is this the true definition of a sociopath, that he just tosses this stuff off so matter-of-factly and casually that's completely and utterly fictitious bullshit.
Do these qualities make someone a good professional wrestler?
Well, yes, but only if you, the individual involved, knows where they have departed from reality. And I'm not sure that that's obvious here that he does. Either that or he's just thinking, well, these people are complete idiots because I didn't even do research on how to lie about this well. I'm going back in time. I'm conflating incidents. He's not even doing great prep work where you would have to really do some serious digging to disprove it.
Once again, this is Muscle and Health Magazine asking about Hulk Hogan bringing Simon Cowell to America. Let's go back to this.
This monster producer and nicest guy in the world. He plays a tough guy on TV, but he's a real sweetheart.
Yeah?
In person, he's a really nice guy. So, it's amazing because I watch him on America's Got Talent,
So it's all a pantomime, is it?
Well, he's doing the character, he's doing the...
Hulk doesn't know what pantomime means. You can't hit him with that fucking word.
The Simon Cowell up there, with the stern face, but in real life, he's a real sweetheart.
The irony, because they say wrestling's a pantomime. It's clearly not with the number of injuries you've incurred.
Well, nobody gave me the memo that it was fake. They forgot to tell me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see.
I didn't know.
So, Simon, are you still friends with him?
Yes.
Credits you for bringing him over here.
Well, I think he credits the whole wrestling business, really, because he came and helped produce these albums for the whole wrestling company. But we started with him over in the UK with our little stuff first. And then we brought him over for the WWE.
Their little stuff that nobody's heard ever.
What does Jimmy Hart think?
Oh, Jimmy is so nice and kind, and he just nods his head, I guess. whatever you say, poo-poo.
Well, again, there's other things here. A lot of them are related to his new CBD product and various injuries and his health. Hold on, there's one other clip here that Jay said he recommends we play. Let me go to this. Here is Hulk Hogan with Muscle and Health Magazine.
So you're here at Hogan's Hangout every Monday night. Like, you haven't just developed a place and then left it in your name. You actually come here, you meet your fans, you meet your regulars, even the crazy ones. I just absolutely love that. That's so cool. And you're doing that despite all the other stuff that you're doing. What about your music? Have you got any more plans to do any more music?
Right now I don't. My daughter Brooke still messes with music up in Nashville.
That worked out.
And every once in a while she'll come by the house and we'll talk about music, or she'll have a chord progression or something I'll work through with her, or pick up the bass and play a bass line that she needs it, whatever. But it's nothing important anymore. It's just fun, and plus my hands and everything's been broken and
oh, let me see that.
Those are like teeth marks.
Can I touch that? Ooh.
Yeah, they're all around.
She's touching his hand.
She's a bit over the top, but yeah, she's touching his hand, and he's I don't even think he knows how to react to her, to be quite honest with you.
Just different things. So wrestling was different in the 70s than it is now.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
A little crazier back then,
well, Hulk, listen, thank you so much for chatting to me. You're just awesome. I want to move here.
It's a nice place to live. We do a lot of partying on the beach, so you got to be ready to run with us around here.
I feel as if maybe I'm more ready to run with you than Rick for some reason.
Rick would be hard to keep up with.
Yeah, definitely. Rick and Mike are like a little bit out of my league.
Yeah.
What about Ron Howard?
Yeah, he's not in this, unfortunately, but she's talking about Ric Flair, apparently, and Mike Tyson. They're somehow roped into all this CBD stuff or THC stuff, too. But we're going to end it there. There's 22 minutes of Hogan talking whatever nonsense he has. There's other interviews he's done. What do you think? I mean, from hearing him make stuff up, because I can't imagine he's thought this stuff out. I think it's just coming out as he's saying it. What do you think of all this?
I think, it might be, like you said, that he just, when they mention a name, he just concocts on the fly some involvement he had with them, how he was in charge of something that they played along with. That's kind of the MO. No matter who the personality is throughout history that is brought up to Hulk Hogan or the situation somehow. At some point in his life, he was in charge of it or the instigator or originator of it. And it's kind of, maybe it's like Terry Funk's talent for working in the ring. He's just got a talent for bullshitting as soon as the topic is raised. And he sounds so genuine and convinced that was true.
Wasn't that actually a story years ago that Terry Funk, even though they got along, and again, he's the one who got Stallone or hooked Stallone up with the idea of Hulk Hogan, that Terry confronted him in Japan because Hogan did an interview with the Japanese press where he said he beat Terry Funk somewhere. And Terry, saw him out one night and confronted him over it. Did you ever hear that?
I seem to remember something like that. God, we got somebody out there chase down the details for us.
That's right. Well, perhaps you are someone who likes the truth. Perhaps you don't know what to do about Hulk Hogan just making up these stories. Perhaps you're Simon Cowell and you don't think it's fair that this guy's saying he's your best friend. You may want to sue.
Slander. That's what Simon Cowell would say. He's been slandered because he was not Hulk Hogan's lackey and errand boy here, that he's a successful man on his own. And if that's the case, then I suggest that he should call this man to get even in open court.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Still to the rest.
And maybe if we can ever find that family from Wembley Stadium that left in intermission because their sick kid with body odor died in the middle of the show while Hogan was wrestling, they might want to sue as well for Hulk Hogan slandering and maligning the kid to saying he stunk.
I kept looking over. I thought they just went to the concession stand.
Yeah. I thought I'd see him coming back with some hot dogs. Well, whoever you want to sue, the man for you is Stephen P. New. And I'll tell you what, though, I've talked to Stephen P. New recently, and he has been so busy. He's suing the governor of the state of West Virginia for $300 million on behalf of the inmates of the state's penal institutions, prisons, and jails, which are woefully overcrowded and hopelessly in disrepair. He is still pressing the opioid litigation on behalf of the opioid-addicted babies that were born. He's got all kinds of things going on all over the country, and as a result, he has actually had to defer and or turn down cases brought to him and or refer to other people, cases brought to him, but he's looking forward to bringing a close to some of these things and moving on to some of the next chapters and getting back to helping some of the Cult of Cornette listeners. But you too can get your name in the pot and at the very least get some erstwhile advice, if not some referral and or some help by calling Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. That's what you can do, Brian. That's what you can do.
I certainly can, and I certainly will, and we'll have an update on Cast Media and Colin Thompson and Live One and Podcast One and Rob Ellen on the next episode. That's the news of NXT going to CW. Now, of course, tying in with this, as we alluded to earlier, the NWA, people were surprised when the announcement went out that they got a deal with CW. Again, we knew CW was interested in wrestling. We were surprised when it was the NWA. Out of everyone who could present stuff, it was the NWA. It was surprising.
Yeah, and because a lot of people honestly say, well, Billy Corgan's a rock star. So there's that's one of the perks of being a rock star, is they might have just gone with his program because of who he was or whatever. Apparently not.
Well, apparently not. And there's an article here from the House of Wrestling, I guess there's no the. It's just House of Wrestling by Nick Houseman, who seems to be all over anything happening with Chicago wrestling personalities. The headline, Frustrations Growing Within NWA Over Billy Corgan's Leadership. Exclusive. Yesterday, the pro wrestling world was thrown a curveball when it was announced that WWE NXT will move to the CW in October 2024. The announcement was all the more surprising because the NWA, owned by Billy Corgan, recently signed a pair of deals with the Top 20 network. The deals were to see...
By the way, interesting terminology, and we'll break it down, but recently signed a pair of deals? Go ahead, but let's put an asterisk by that statement.
The deals were to see NWA Power and an unnamed reality show about the promotion move to the CW, likely to begin airing in early 2024. Late yesterday, as of this story, Fightful reported that at least one NWA talent was, quote, blindsided by the news that NXT was headed for the CW. House of Wrestling has learned that Corgan withdrew from those close to him yesterday.
That's some tortured syntax. Withdrew from those close to him. What, has there been like a fucking watch on him? We got to keep an eye on Billy? So wait a minute, where'd he go?
House of Wrestling has learned that Corgan withdrew from those close to him yesterday and did not want to discuss the situation. As we reported over the weekend, it was Corgan's idea to do the Father James Mitchell segment at NWA Samhain, which resulted in the CW being inundated with negative social media messages.
Sam Hell!
About the spot. One source we spoke with at WWE gave us the impression that talks with the CW accelerated following the incident.
Oh my.
They went on to say, and here's a quote, "No segment ever done in wrestling has had that severe of consequences to the promotion than the Sam Hain Coke spot."
Good Lord.
Let's stop right there for a second. That is interesting. What single segment has ever had that big a negative financial hit on a company?
You know what? I'll give you a contender, but it would be cumulative. It wouldn't be all at once. It would be WrestleMania 17, Vince McMahon hugging Steve Austin, which kind of led to the downfall of humanity as we knew it.
But then it was the TV deal.
But it was cumulative. They probably lost. I mean, look at the money that they've generated. They lost a couple $100 million, probably over 5 years off of that deal or whatever it is. But it's not all at once. No, this would be the single biggest instantaneous bomb, as Jackie Gleason used to say. We laid a bomb. It's not even possible to come up with a close number two, is it?
House of Wrestling has also heard from talent within NWA since our report expressing frustration with Corgan's current leadership. In the past, Dave Lagana and Pat Kenny were names that Corgan leaned on to help with the NWA's creative process and general communications with talent. Kenny is still with the promotion, but following a stroke he suffered last year. I didn't know that.
My God. No. Some people may know that was Lance Diamond or Simon Diamond.
Originally Lance Diamond.
But I'm just saying some wrestling fans may know him better as that, but nice guy. I didn't know if he had a stroke, and I'm not vouching for anything he's done the last 15 years since I've seen him, but I hate to hear that he's in bad health.
Now, once again, Kenny is still with the promotion, but following a stroke he suffered last year, he was moved more into a talent relations role. Why do they think that's where you put a stroke fit to?
Oh my God. I'm gonna hurt myself. I'm trying to. Oh God! I'm gonna strain my milk.
He had a stroke. What should we do? Put him in charge of talent relations.
Get out of the way from Mr. Merkel, the blind man. Who's that? Mr. Merkel, the blind man. He's the house detective over at the Grand Hotel. Oh my God! So poor. He's recovering from his stroke and.
Back to the article. He is viewed as second in charge next to Billy, but is not at every TV taping. One source described him as the Johnny Ace of the NWA.
Oh, good God.
And as someone you only talk to if you are in trouble or getting signed. Billy is in charge of contract offers and creative.
Well, wait, no, all right. That's the same thing as getting signed. Maybe there's some confusion over there.
Due to Corgan's busy schedule touring with the Smashing Pumpkins, some feel he is unavailable to relay his creative ideas between shows. We've heard from multiple people who said they do not know what will happen with their booking at NWA tapings until the day of the show, sometimes as close to an hour before filming. One source we spoke to was...
Can I pause to ask a question and make a comment?
Yeah.
Number one, what is his... I know that Billy Corgan does Smashing Pumpkin shows. I did not know that he was in constant demand and they were incessantly touring to the point where it's an ongoing thing. Is that the case, or is this...
Well, I actually just saw something the other day. I don't remember the dates, but like they're going to be the opening act for the upcoming Green Day tour. So that'll be a pretty significant amount of dates, I would think.
Oh, good Lord. Well, in that case, then, yeah, if he's the... Oh, my God. If he's the only one really running this fucking show and he's off in, Poughkeepsie or whatever, yeah, that would be a problem. But also the comment I was going to make, yes, you need to kind of know your bookings upcoming. We used to know, even if we didn't know what we were doing on television, we saw who we were booked with in the house shows and the arena events for a month out. So we kind of had a direction of what and stipulations, if any. So we kind of could figure it out. We used to show up an hour before television. Here's what you're fucking doing. Let's figure out a finish. Okay. That wasn't unusual in our day, but in the era of television where more people are involved from a technical aspect, even when I did the first taping that they ever goddamn did in the studio 4 years ago, right? We had a production meeting at, I want to say, 3:00 in the afternoon for a 7:30 show, where by the end of that, at 4:30, we already knew pretty much what was happening unless somebody came in with a broken leg. So I don't know what kind of fucking slipshod bullshit they're doing these days. But the answer needs to be somewhere in between, fuck, my bell, the bell's going to ring in 45 minutes. I got no idea what I'm doing. And, oh, the goddamn booker is on tour as a rock star for the next 2 months. Figure it out. There needs to be a happy medium. But I'm sorry, I digress.
One source we spoke with was empathetic to Corgan's struggle to balance his music and pro wrestling careers, but they are hopeful he puts a team of creative people around him to help filter his ideas. That's what you want as the boss. You want your wrestlers saying they hope you get someone to filter your ideas. That's what they're saying about Tony.
Well, yeah, okay, I'm sorry to be picking this thing apart, but here's the thing. Bless him if he has the ability and the opportunity to go out and tour as a rock star and etc. But it's selfish if he's not put people in place to run the thing, to hand it. Jerry Jarrett got in the construction business. He handed off the fucking booking and the general managing to Randy Hales or Lawler or whoever it was at the time. Or, you don't just say, figure it out, guys. I'll bop in and out every now and then, or, whatever, and then go off on the road. It's selfish not to leave a structure in place for all this shit to be done while you're gone. It's too much.
House of Wrestling was also told that several NWA contracts are set to come up in June, and that Corgan intends to start conversations to re-sign many of them in February. Some of those talents are frustrated by Corgan's leadership and are already looking for other places they can work when their deals are done, in hopes of not having to re-sign. WWE announcing a deal to bring NXT to the CW next year has not helped with how talent feels about re-signing. Now, this is interesting. House of Wrestling has also heard of Corgan giving various talent tests, and that's in quotes, to see how they react and to prove their loyalty, which has not been well received. Examples of tests were things like making, again in quotes, over talents who come into work lose right away just to see how they react. Or for Corgan to be overly critical of a talent who has done nothing wrong to see how they take it. Let me stop right there. Again, to be fair, we don't know how many people's point of view that is. It could be one person's, but...
Oh, I was about to say, that sounds very interpretive.
Yeah.
And it sounds like one side that you're talking to, but here's the thing. The concept of bringing in somebody that's quote-unquote over and then beating them to check their attitude is stupid to begin with, because if you're not sure of their attitude, I've found through experience in some cases, you probably shouldn't bring them in to begin with. And if it's a guy that you're bringing in that you plan to use in the middle even, it's just dumb booking to beat them their first few appearances before the public in your company, or elsewise you've doomed them to be irrelevant or preliminary material, as we've seen with Tony Khan numerous times. So, but then again, a lot of wrestlers will say, well, I'm over, but he brought me in and beat me. Maybe, you were over somewhere else, but you weren't in his plans. That's something to be said also. The problem is when a lot of people start griping about a lot of things that Billy's doing, there's something to apparently some, if not more of it.
And nothing's paying off.
And they're not getting anywhere. They're not only not getting anywhere, they just fell off the fucking, trapeze.
Well, also, I'll end it with this. There's a long, I'm not going to read this, but there's a long thing. House of Wrestling reached out to the NWA World Heavyweight Champion EC3 for his thoughts, and he sent the following response, which he requested we print in full.
Wait a minute. They wanted EC3's thoughts, and it was a long document? I find that hard to believe.
It's so long, I'm not reading it here on the air.
Okay.
But I'll end with this from the report. It was also pointed out to us that most of the NWA talents under contract are younger, usually less than 25 years old. We are told that the NWA signs younger talent to deals because Corgan would like first dibs on these wrestlers before they get big, and does not want to see them booked to lose in other promotions like AEW while he is working with them. Older stars who work for the promotion are less likely to be put under contract because Corgan does not have the same investment, and those talents can work elsewhere and take on outside opportunities.
Well, but there's another way of looking at that too. And that way is, yes, it is a sound business strategy for Billy Corgan to sign up guys who have no other TV options and say, hey, I'll put you on television and I'll pay you like shit, but I'll put you on TV. And a lot of wrestlers are going to take that can't get on TV anywhere else. That's not dumb business on Billy's part. If you really believe in yourself or you have any other options, it may be dumb business on your part to take it, but instant gratification for the young. But another way of looking at it with the veterans is they wouldn't be there to begin with if there were restrictions being put on whatever else they could do, in large part because if you do have other options or you have a name or you are in demand with other places, he apparently either does not want to or cannot or is not, with the exception of Aldis, who he had exclusively and paid well for that period. He's not signing guys up that are names or can be utilized on top elsewhere. And I can understand him not wanting these guys to go do jobs on AEW, because then how does that make him look? If the fucking clowns over there can beat my guys, what the fuck?
He worked with them at one point, right? When Thunder Rosa first came in, she was the NWA Women's Champion.
It's not my week to watch all those people. I haven't kept up with it, but yes, there was some element of cooperation. Apparently that didn't go well either. I don't know. But it's what he's doing for a promoter is not a bad thing. It's just that he has, at this point, apparently not a lot to offer those people in return for him doing the right thing for his promotion.
All right, well, we will stay up to date and see what happens with the NWA and their future. I wish they had someone like Sam Mushnick to
I just still want to know how the publicity got this far. I think I said it earlier. I'll end with that, and then you can talk about Sam. But how did it get this far that it was printed as of an imminent happening? Billy Corgan reality show, NWA on the CW, hip hip hooray, and suddenly, nope, reversal, went behind him. A deal with what did you say? A deal within a deal is still, it's a dream within a dream.
A deal without a deal.
More?
A deal without a deal isn't a deal. Saying you have something about to be signed or something in a deal memo stage is not the same as having a finalized executed contract.
And I would love to find out the timeline so when they write the history books. I'd love to get the timeline on all this and how the horse left the barn before the thing caught on fire. But nevertheless, you were talking about Sam Muchnick.
Well, I was just going to say that the NWA, it's too bad they don't have someone like that there who could, fix things or help things or make things better. But we'll see where they end up. And they're certainly on a path. We can say that. Jim, I was going to give you an update on Alexander Hammerstone because he put out a video explaining what's going on. And he has taken down the video. So I guess court's attorney, wife, or whoever got in touch and said, take down that fucking video. I don't know for sure, but we'll see.
I saw somebody, I'm not taking credit for it, but I don't know who the guy was, but somebody on the internet said, boy, a lot of these MLW wrestlers are in contempt of court.
That's funny. Imagine how they feel they can get them on the phone.
I got one more email. This is something that we talked about it. You, me, we, the royal we talked about this on a previous show. This is an update on say. You remember we talked about the Ric Flair energy drink.
Woo!
Woo! And how it was going to be on the desk on the AEW television program so that the announcers have a reason to be whacked out of their minds.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Where is this beautiful mushroom elixir that cures problems with the soul at the cellular level?
Well, yes. I think it's on back order. That's why they haven't got it up there yet. But Justin from Ashland, Kentucky, sent an email in, and it brought something to light that I don't think that either one of us were aware of. Hello, Jim. When Brian read the ingredients of Woo Energy on the episode of the Drive-Thru, while laughing through my tears, I noticed one of the ingredients could spell the end of AEW and the world as we know it.
Oh, I must have missed that in the ingredients, so I apologize.
Well, no, remember you were reading all the ingredients of this, that, and the other thing. We recognized some of those words, and mushrooms are in there somehow.
Lion's mane.
Yes, that was another one.
Turkey tail.
Plant, turkey taint, whatever the case may be. But Justin goes on as the ingredient you mentioned, and I remember you, and I think we even said, what is that? Cordyceps. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that because that was the first time I'd really seen that word.
Well, apparently, that's because we're not with it like the young kids. We're not the hep cats. We're not out there wearing our zoot suits and on the corner, tuned into all the things happening on the street. Because Justin says, you aren't a video game guy, Jim, so I figured I'd give you a heads up. Cordyceps is the mind-controlling fungus that takes over the planet and causes the collapse of society as we know it in The Last of Us, which is apparently a video game that HBO turned it into a show, but it may go from zombie fiction to zombie documentary by season 2 if they've got this stuff in their energy drink. And Justin finishes, by the way, I don't know if Woo Energy is the Waterloo of AEW, but it could wind up it's Icopro. But
that is funny.
So
that is funny.
Cordyceps is a thing, a fungus, mushroom is a fungus, right? The mind-controlling fungus in a video game. And they've got it listed as an ingredient in the energy drink. Brian, I'm just a small-town bird lawyer. But when you're selling either a a beverage or a foodstuff or something that could be called anything consumable by the human being or even most of our domesticated animal friends, if you're selling that to the public, can you just make shit up on the ingredients that what's in it? Is that according to Hoyle? Can you just either make up fictitious shit or lie in various ways about what's in this stuff that you're wanting people to eat or drink?
Well, I'm back on their notorious website right now. I'm trying to see if it's a FDA-approved product. You know, sometimes they have supplements that says this has not been approved by the FDA.
How can you got to have a license for your fucking dog. How can the county let you sell shit that people are going to eat? I imagine if you were selling fucking burgers out of a manhole cover on Main Street, the city'd come and shut you down.
Well, once again here, cordyceps are widely known to boost energy and rejuvenate the mind, body, and soul.
What?
Helping you reach new heights. Our mushroom energy boosting blend can help increase mental clarity, enhance performance, and elevate stamina. It can also help balance microflora in the gut and support overall cognitive brain function.
You might not have cognitive brain function if you... I've found this again. Is it spelled CORDYCEPS?
That is it. Yes, correct.
It's the mind-controlling fungus that takes over the planet and causes the collapse of society as we know it in a video game called The Last of Us. And they're bragging that that's in, and they're describing its healthful benefits. Look, cordyceps, is that even a real term for anything?
I'm on the website. I'm trying to see anything about this being FDA approved.
I'm just saying, just Google that word and see, is this a flower that we don't know about? Is this based in any kind of real thing that it could be in there? Or are they just pulling our puds? I'm going to get
cordyceps is a genus of the ascomycete fungi, I guess I should say, that includes about 600 worldwide species. Diverse variants of cordyceps have had more than 1,500 years in use in Chinese medicine.
So it's already here. No wonder all these people are voting for Trump.
Most cordyceps species are endoparasitoids, parasitic mainly on insects and other arthropods, and a few are parasitic on other fungi.
So they're having you drink a drink with parasites in it.
It looks like a cheese doodle coming out of the ground.
Wow!
You gotta go to Google. You gotta see the Wikipedia photo. It looks like a Cheeto coming out of the ground.
Do you remember the new product from Uranus Corporation segment in the Groove Tube?
I do, yeah.
Another fine product from Uranus.
I want to see Ric Flair, one of the greatest speakers, one of the greatest people on the mic in the history of the business. I would watch if every week on AEW he has to stand there for 60 seconds and answer questions about this. What's in this drink, why he endorses it, anything. He doesn't have to answer how much money is being paid, but just any information about this. I want to see what he could explain.
Oh, my God.
Cordyceps. There's nothing here that says, it has like, if you go to the About, it has the ingredients and has the pictures of the various mushrooms here. Terms of use, return policy. What is the return policy?
Return policy is if you have a bad trip, you'll never come back.
We are unable to accept returns or refunds on any product.
Oh, okay. You pays your money, you takes your chances. Step right up, step right up.
And yeah, that's all we can find out here. Here we go. Let's see. For 18 plus, it has caffeine, taurine, vitamin B12. Says nothing about FDA approved. Let me turn this around.
Turn it upside down. Let me help you see it any clearer.
Well, I'm trying to see these photos of the can. Let's see. Here's the disclaimer. Hold on. Can I turn this?
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian is looking at pictures of people's cans on the internet while we're doing our broadcast today.
Consult your physician before purchase and consumption. Do not take this product if you have any type of blood disorder, liver or kidney disorder, high blood pressure, heart disease, central nervous system disorder, or any other medical condition. Do not take this product.
Wait a minute. A goddamn A fucking boil is a medical condition. A bunion is a medical condition. Do not take if you have any medical condition. Are they pretty much spreading out to cover their wide asses there?
Do not take this product if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Do not take while operating heavy machinery or motor vehicles. Do not mix with alcohol. You hear that, Rick? Or medication. Do not exceed 1 serving within any 24-hour period. Jesus Christ, what is in this fucking thing? Disclaimer.
That's not the disclaimer?
No, that was just the warning. Here's the disclaimer.
Oh, good Lord.
Legends LLC, without the vowels, so just LGND, that's the parent company, I presume, is licensed, it's licensed intellectual property, brand, manufacturers, retailers, and distributors take no responsibility for the misuse of this product.
Oh, God.
By using this product, you accept full responsibility for any adverse events of health complication that may arise from its use. I have one of my vitamin waters here on the desk. Does this have anything like that? Here are the ingredients. There's no warning and then a disclaimer on the bottle.
Well, wait a minute. So what you're saying is they've said that make sure that you ask your doctor before you take this stuff, but don't take it if there's anything wrong with you whatsoever. And if you do take it because there's nothing wrong with you whatsoever, don't take it more than once a day or we're throwing our fucking hands up and walking away from you. Additionally, if there is indeed anything wrong with you and you fuck up and take a sip of this shit anyway, we have just come out and stated flat out that we're not responsible. If you drop dead, turn blue, or burst into flames, we don't know you, and we disavow any knowledge of what the fuck you were all about.
Well, Jim, as it says here on the can, if you don't like it, learn to love it. Consult your doctor, just not your attorney. Ric Flair drip powered by Legends. I don't even feel like we're doing a free spot for them.
Goddamn. I just bought 2 cans of the fuel that the fucking yard guys use for the leaf blower, and it doesn't have that many warnings and hazardous fucking notices plastered all over it.
I'm going to buy some of this and keep it in my car in case I run out of gas. I can put this in the fucking car and get home. Ric Flair Energy, only containing a mild dose of plutonium in each bottle. 18 plus.
And if you have cancer, folks, this is radioactive. So it'll save you on chemotherapy. No, the Ric Flair IV drip apparently is what they're going for.
It will deliver hours of sustained, non-jittery energy and focus without the crash. Please do not have a second can.
Well, the crash comes if you operate the heavy machinery. While you're... Well, but nothing, here's the thing. One more thing before we segue into something completely fucking different. If you're a goddamn guy who goes to work every morning about 6 o'clock at a construction site, removing the fucking earth mover or the steam shovel or the plow, or what is that big thing with the big scoop? The bulldozer. That's what I'm talking about. And you're some fat, poor, half-toothless motherfucker making minimum wage for whatever people that do that type of thing do, and you're out there in the mud all day and the muck and the blood and the beer. That's who needs energy, right? So if you drink one of these, what are you going to do with the bulldozer? You're going to drive down the goddamn interstate and bash people off the side of the road? Is it the idea of getting energy so you can perform the task that it specifically says don't do on the side of the container?
A lot of people drink different energy drinks. They drink Red Bull. I think that may be the most popular one. I'm looking right now at an image of a can of Red Bull. It has
That's what I was trying to think of, by the way, the other day, the name that I couldn't think of when I was talking about the things that I never would ever drink because it'd give you a fucking heart attack. Go ahead.
It has nothing here in terms of warnings or disclaimers. Disclaimers? Who has disclaimers on their drinks? I've never seen that before.
If you go to 7-Eleven and buy one of these over the counter, do you have to sign a fucking release?
Does 7-Eleven carry these?
Well, wherever you buy this, is it like, well, if you want to get in the ring for 10 minutes with Mr. Wrestling Tim Woods, you got to sign this release. You're not going to sue us.
But, we did hear some feedback from people before we completely move on from this. Do you know how much this cost?
I have no idea.
You can get a 6-pack of Strawberry Banana Woo Energy. Again, Strawberry Banana Mushroom Elixir. 6-pack, $25.
Ouch! That's
plus shipping.
Well, I guess because it's apparently not available at local 7-Elevens near you. You got to have it mailed. Apparently, it's brought in a fucking specialized truck from the military that carries radioactive waste. But that's $4 and some odd cents a piece, right?
How long until someone gets sick from this? How long until someone goes down and blames Ric Flair?
Well, how would you know? How would you know? It could have been anything. He drank that. 3 hours later, he fucking burst into goddamn pink jelly and vomited up his toenails. But
I think they should go further with this. They should go to other wrestling legends. The Jake Roberts energy drink. I think this is a wonderful business to start.
What about the Jake Roberts energy toot?
Just go behind the stairs.
Remember, like the candy of the pixie sticks, where it came in a straw thing, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Just have it right there at the counter, the Jake Roberts Energy Toot. And it's for truck drivers and people on the go. And they just pick up the straw and it's already loaded. You just pop the top and,
I think if Tony ever gets rid of Jake, this may be something the NWA could definitely do with him.
Well, because they've laid the groundwork already.
They love cocaine.
And if they had been discreet about it, just with these festive, candy-striped fucking Jake Roberts toots, instead of having it laid out there like Scarface on a table, they could have just been quietly going about their business, and it wouldn't have been so blatant. If you know about the Jake Roberts toots.
Would the NWA be in as much trouble as they are today if, on the same pay-per-view where Father James Mitchell decided to have a cocaine party in the building, if he was arrested on the same episode?
No, I think because, see, that way...
If it led to his arrest, if the cops saw that and showed up at the arena 2 matches later and you get to see on TV him get arrested.
Yes, because that way you would have satisfied the Hayes office, for example, back in the old days of movie censorship.
The Hayes Commission?
Well, no, the Hayes office. Because he was a former postmaster, but he was put in charge of the movie code of America, and evildoers, crime always had to be punished. The bad guy had to lose in the end. That's right. Remember, the early gangster movies were pre-code so that they could get away with. Yeah, and Maureen O'Sullivan could wear the 2-piece in Tarzan the Ape Man. But by 1934 came along Tarzan and his mate. She's in the 1-piece again, right? And, they had to dial things back. So in this case, if Mitchell had got arrested, then they could have passed that because evildoers were punished and good triumphed in the end.
See, go all the way. If you're going to do that, go all the way, because if you think that's going to get you publicity, I promise you a mugshot of Father James Mitchell on local television will get you a whole lot more publicity.
Oh, good Lord. And look at him. He cuts a striking figure. You could put a picture of him up and you could say local man arrested for satanic rites, local man arrested for drug charges, local man arrested for molestation of a goat, local man. He fits every category. And especially if he's in the makeup, not the makeup, but the get-up, the suit, the full mock-up there, the red jacket and the black shirt and the whole 9 yards. It could be like, well, what's that? Aleister Crowley was arrested today at the Kmart location on Universal Boulevard in Orlando. And you could show that picture, it would work. Got another email follow-up on what we've been talking about with the cordyceps. Remember the cordyceps? The mind-controlling spore that takes from the aliens that takes over on the video game that was also listed as an ingredient in Ric Flair's energy drink that apparently does have some basis in the fungal world of reality.
The drink or cordyceps?
Or potentially Ric Flair.
Ric Flair.
In the fungal world of reality. I love you, Rick, but Jeremiah, actually he says Jay from the Midwest, but in his email it's Jeremiah. So now I've narrowed it down a little bit further. Hello, Brian and Jim and Harley. And she says hello too, Jay. He says, want to send a follow-up to Justin from Kentucky's previous cordyceps email. Cordyceps is indeed a parasitic fungus that invades and takes over the minds and bodies of small creatures such as insects and anthropods. I believe that might be two of the new AEW tag teams. The fungus will enter the unassuming host body and slowly take over its brain and motor functions. The fungus will spread itself throughout the host body until all nutrients and life force is consumed. During this process, the fungus will also begin to break through the host body, usually in the shape of stems and stalks. So if you see a motherfucker walking down the street, has got mushrooms growing out of his shoulders, run.
He's a Ric Flair fan.
He's got mushrooms growing out of him.
He's a nature boy. That nature's mushrooms.
Toward the end of the host's life, the fungus will force the host to reach high ground. When the host reaches high ground, it dies and causes the fungus spores to spread, which leads to any nearby insect to risk becoming infected.
Or as it says on the can, woo!
Woo! And the idea in the video game The Last of Us is that a strain of cordyceps became powerful enough to infect human hosts, which then led to the global apocalypse and near extinction of humanity. And apparently, he says, if that concept isn't nightmarish enough, there are currently a plethora of fools out there teaching cordyceps how to infect human cells. What is there now a career of mushroom training on the black market? We'll train these mushrooms to take over your cells unless you pay us X amount of money.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
Anyway, Jay from the Midwest, he says, even cordyceps wouldn't want to live here. All righty. And speaking of the cordyceps in the woo, got another email here from Tyler from Pittsburgh. Hello, Jim and Brian. Why do they always mention you?
Because I'm over here.
Well, I'm over here now. I was listening to the most recent episode of The Experience. I heard you and Jim. Now he's just addressing you directly. What the fuck?
Hi, Tyler. It's nice to hear from you.
Yeah. I heard you and Jim talk about woo energy once again, with you mentioning if other energy drinks had warning labels on them. Other energy drinks have similar labels, but this isn't what I wanted to talk about. I have tried the 3 woo energy flavors and wanted to write in to say that they are not good. Very, very bad.
Is that what he said?
My girlfriend said they were the worst energy drinks she had ever had, mentioning they tasted like Smarties dissolved in battery acid.
Just like Ric Flair.
Now, come on now. Oh, you can't. Would you just yank a knot in that now? He says they tasted powdery with an unbelievable artificially sweetened flavor to mask the bitter mushroom-based aftertaste, literally the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, we haven't even discussed the fact it's a mushroom elixir. It must taste like mushroom, right?
Apparently there's a bitter mushroom-based aftertaste
that they try to hide with Smarties and acid or whatever this guy
and battery acid. To be fair, you take a sip of battery acid, you're not going to taste a lot of the finer points of things. To promote the release of the drink, Ric Flair did a local appearance tour, taking photos with fans after a purchase of a $30 six-pack. I say, doing my quick mathematics, that's $5 a piece for these fine beverages. He did these tours through eastern Ohio and the Pittsburgh area, stopping at the Giant Eagle grocery store, a Pittsburgh grocery chain throughout the area. Sounds like when Handsome Jimmy used to go to Walmart the afternoon of a show that he might not be booked on and just set up a merchandise table.
How come he's going to where WCW went when they tried to go north in 1982?
Well, he's following the trail that he's blazed before. The whole thing was a sad state of affairs as he made his entrance through the meat department.
Oh, come on. Come on. Did he have his robe open?
No, wait a minute. Hey, that's the kielbasa you're looking. Come on now. And there's no, he said he made his entrance through the meat department until reaching the sushi section.
What?
We're in the sushi section. They had set up the photo screen in which pictures were taken. I did not know prior to this that a six-pack had to be purchased in order to take a photo with Flair, but I was there and figured I could just take them back afterwards.
Be happy. Be happy you have to purchase it. You don't have to drink it.
Well, hold on. He said, I figured I could just take them back afterwards, so I figured I'd get in line, but I did not take them back as planned, as many people in line had the same idea. So I tried all the flavors and gave the rest away. So apparently everybody went to the store and they bought the fucking six-pack. They had the picture taken with Flair. They went up to the fucking customer service and they returned the fucking drinks.
That's amazing.
We love you, Nate, but I don't know about the strawberry mushroom cordyceps. Woo!
I want to see him drink one. That's what I want.
Well, are you kidding? He is. If there's a living motherfucker that could drink battery acid and tell the tale, at this point, don't you think it's Rick?
This would be the test. This would be the ultimate test. Can Ric Flair drink Ric Flair's drink?
and how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How much drink could a Ric Flair drink if a Ric Flair could drink Flair's drink?
I want to see how long this drink lasts. It hasn't appeared on AEW.
I want to see how long
yet.
this podcast lasts from this point out.
Well, we'll go to a sponsor in a second and start moving to the next thing. But okay, or we can do it now. That's
no. You know, as a matter of fact, fuck it.
Well, Jim, I don't know if it will require a lawyer like Stephen P. New. I don't know if it's gotten that far, but a lot of the listeners.
Does he handle divorces?
Well, a lot of the listeners today, as we are recording, got in touch with us, and then it went a little bit, I guess, viral of sorts. There's a virus.
If we've been bombarded with this.
Apparently, a debate broke out on Wrestling Observer Radio on the Figure 4 weekly Wrestling Observer website between Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer about the overrun and DVR reaction to said overrun. We have some audio we'll play here. We'll review this. We'll talk about it. But any initial thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, first of all, this is a debate that, well, we haven't been having it because we haven't been disagreeing, but we've been talking about it. They can't manage their time. AEW, they're overrunning. The DVR's not getting the finish of the main event, whether... And one thing is Uncle Dave is acting like it's only been the past few weeks. They've been a minute late, or they've been close to running off to the point where they didn't actually run over their time, but they were narrowly close to it. But by the time they got in what they needed to get in. And I've been talking about it, and I've had people go, well, you ought to learn how to set your DVR for extra time. Why is that my responsibility? When I'm just trying to watch their fucking program, right? So we've been talking about this.
And we don't have to do it for Raw or anything.
And we don't have to do it for Raw when Raw runs when Raw runs over. Baba Wawa. We don't have to do it when Raw runs over. We don't have to do it for NXT because they're in the schedule. Because it's a professionally done fucking proposition with the network and the company that's producing the program. And it's not like, as I've said, calling from the truck, hey, we need more time, which is what you're going to hear Dave admitting that they do. So it's nice to be vindicated again. But point being, they had this discussion, And one would think that this wouldn't be, of all the inflammatory things that go on in the world of wrestling and in AEW, this wouldn't be the breaking point between these two longtime life partners who've built a home for themselves and a life. And who's going to get possession of the puppies and the parakeet? Because as you're going to see, this was the most hilarious thing I've ever heard, because Dave cannot give up any kind of ground on the AEW defense mechanism that's been implanted in his brain. And as you said, we were bombarded by this, or with this, by the listeners and people wanting us to hear it and wanting us to know what we would say. And to be honest, if this is the kind of entertainment that you get by subscribing to Wrestling Observer Radio or Figure 4 Weekly or, you know, Uncle Dave's fucking cabin or whatever they're writing over there, get all of it. Because this is the funniest shit that I've ever seen.
Well, I don't know if that was the intention, but let's go to this. This is, we'll obviously be talking a lot about it and breaking it up. But Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez discussing Dynamite, I presume. Let's go to this.
AEW needs to contact YouTube TV and probably some other providers as well, and either stick to the damn 2 hours or let them know when you're going to do an overrun.
Well,
because for the second week in a row, I did not see the end of the main event.
Okay, so here's the deal.
But you know what, Dave? Hold on.
Yeah.
NXT went 16 minutes over. No problem.
Yeah, you know why?
Zero problem.
Yeah, because NXT that's built into the show.
No. Their overrun is 9 minutes.
Okay.
It's 9 minutes every week. They go 9 minutes over every week. This week they went 16 over and everything recorded.
Okay, but what that means is that
they scheduled a 16-minute overrun.
They knew days in advance when this thing went down that it would be. With AEW, when they do these overruns, the overruns are I don't say decided. They take place as the show is going on.
Well,
boom goes the Dynamite.
Yeah, let's stop it there real quick because...
Boom goes the Dynamite. They are decided when the show is going on because they realize we're about to shit the bed. We can't get this in. And it's not just these tournament matches that are going 7-8 minutes long or whatever. It's when they had to rush in the past to get the rest of their angle in. Or whatever at the end of the show, because they're rushing, because they can't manage their time. I'm sorry.
No, let's go back to Dave and Brian discussing.
Because they're so good by themselves.
Fine, because that's a problem. People are missing the end of the show.
Well, they did miss
2 weeks in a row now.
They did miss the end of what was it? The Moxley and what Moxley match was it? Moxley and Mark Briscoe match.
Yes.
Yeah. They did miss the last couple of minutes of that match for that reason. I mean, I could go say like, look, this is what I do. I do for every AEW. I mean, they're not going to do this on Friday, and they don't have tournament matches on Friday, but they are going to.
They better not do an overrun on Friday. The 10 p.m. show that no one watches, they're not going to get an overrun.
With the way that they lose audience by the end of the show, they would increase their ratings if they did an underrun.
Do this on Saturday, and they are going to do this on Wednesday, as long as this tournament goes on, because they don't want to do 7-minute tournament matches or 9-minute tournament matches. So what you need to do, as long as this tournament is going on,
format the show so you have 20 minutes for the main event.
Well,
let me stop it right there. Bingo! He shut it down. That's exactly right. The problem, Dave's acting like these are real matches. Dave's acting like you're booking the matches. You don't know. I mean, it just
you don't know. You just don't know. And also, why not have a 7-minute tournament match? Why does every goddamn match have to be 20 minutes long? The Midnight Express to Fantastics from the first Clash of Champions was like 9 minutes.
That's right.
Keep going. It gets good.
What'd you say?
I said it gets good here.
This for 4 years. They ended at the top of the hour for 4 years.
Yeah, but
so don't tell me they can't do it. Of course they can.
Of course they could, but you adjust on the fly and you cut segments. In this case, they're going to give that main event match. They're going with the plan for the main event match. So what you have to do is you've got to record the next show. You're going to have to do that for the whole
I
tournament.
can't record the next show. What's the next show? What's the movie going to be next week?
I don't know.
I don't know either. And on YouTube TV, you don't record the time. I don't say record from 10 to 11. It doesn't do it that way. You have to choose the show that you want to record.
Well,
so that means that every week I need to figure out what movie is going to be playing after Dynamite.
Is it that hard? I do it.
That's not my job.
It's my job, and I've done it every week.
Bro,
I missed it.
It's their job to make sure that the viewer can see the whole show. That's their job.
Okay, can I tell you something?
Yes.
You're right and you're wrong. Okay, you're right in the sense that in a perfect world, you're right. You know what? If again, you're not a sports fan, and I am. When I do a sport, you can the sport may go there for 3 hours, but all the time, constantly, if there is, and like MMA, which is the one that I would do most, basketball sometimes. Okay, when I do those, I always record the next show because you cannot. They're not going to end on time. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. But I'm not going to go and get mad about it. It's like that is my job when I'm watching a sports event that I have to take into account that the DVR may not record the whole sports event because sports events are not perfect. It's not like it's a sitcom.
Okay, well,
let me stop it there because to a level, and there's so much to dissect there, but Dave's kind of right. Like if I'm going to record the Met game, I know it has like a set window in the guide, and then I may record the program after if I go to the guide because it's a baseball game. There's no formatting that show.
They could go an hour long. You never know.
It could end early. It could be a rain delay and run late. There's all sorts of real world things and game related things that could cause a delay that's different than this week. The news decided they're just going to keep going. Like no other show does that.
But also, with a sporting event of that type, or a major fight that's being broadcast live, most people, they don't want to hear it on the radio who won before they've seen it, or see it on the TV news, or pop up their Google machine and see it on the headline, so they're watching it. And like you said, if they care that much about it, they're going to record the show after. But they don't record because they think the baseball game's going to go 7 minutes over and they're going to miss the finish of the last game of the 5 or 6 or 7 games that was on that 2-hour program. Wrestling is completely different. And again, keep going because Alvarez is going to give a couple more options and Dave's going to shoot the shit out of all of those too because he can't have any answer otherwise than Tony Khan is doing the right thing.
And Alvarez is 100% in the right from everything I've heard, and I've also never heard him scream at Dave like he just did there. It's not my job!
Well, of course not. It's not anybody. You shouldn't have to work to see the fucking thing that they're trying to show you, so you'll spend money on it to see more of it.
He's right. Well, let's go back to, from Wrestling Observer Radio, subscribe at Figure 4 Weekly Online or F4W Online.
Oh, if they're going to keep doing this every week, I'm gonna listen nonstop.
You get more free plugs. The more you guys fight, the more free plugs you get.
Yes.
Here's more with Dave and Brian.
This isn't a sports event. It's a 2-hour scripted professional wrestling show that for 4 hours ended in exactly 2 hours.
Okay,
so I'm positive they can end on time.
But the point is they're
set it for 15 minutes over like NXT does every week, and then go ahead and go over.
Well,
plan in advance. If you're going to go 9 minutes over for every tournament match, then let them know that you're going to go 9 minutes over.
They don't know. It's not. The show is planned to go 2 hours.
You know what, Dave?
They don't end on time. And the difference is that they're not going to do. Okay, here's the deal.
No, hold on.
No,
this is NXT goes 9 minutes over. They set it for 9 minutes over every week.
Because that's the plan.
If the show only goes 4 minutes over, it doesn't matter. They didn't go the whole 9. They set a block there, an extra 9 minutes to make sure.
Okay, well, you can contact.
So trust me, AEW can do this as well.
This is not AEW. This is the station. AEW can't do.
No, he just said that they were calling them as the show was going on. It's not the station calling them and saying, "Hey, go 9 minutes over."
Yeah,
it's the other way around. They're saying we need 9 more minutes, and he won't have it. Okay. If they don't have to, we've established now by what they're saying that they don't have to use all of the overrun. So they don't have to. What if that happens if the match ends after 4 minutes after the hour? They can just go off the fucking air and go on to the next program, which is ready to go. They don't have to stand there with their dick in their hand for 5 more minutes. That's not what Alvarez is saying. Dave can't have it end on time. Dave can't have it plan the overrun ahead of time. Dave can't have it put the overrun in the fucking DVR devices anyway, just in case. It's just got to be, if Tony thinks it's necessary, that's what we need to do.
Again, he's treating it almost like these are real matches. Like, you can't expect him to go quickly. These are real matches. How could you format it? But let's get back to this.
Cut the girls segment, put the main event in the ring already. We did it all the time on live TV in days gone by.
Do this, and they have a movie set to start at that time. TBS is allowing them to go over if they need to, like it's a sporting event. Okay.
That's so tell YouTube TV we're going to go 9 minutes over every week, so they record 9 extra minutes, and it's not a problem.
Well, perhaps
that's
they could do. But they don't know ahead of time. That's the difference. NXT knows ahead of time.
Just presume you're going 10 minutes over.
Okay, I'm just telling you that you have to review this as a live sports event. And a live sports event, whenever you're recording a live sports event, you have to record the next show.
Okay, I'm not
I'm just telling you that
Dynamite
that's the deal with
is a live sporting event. It's a scripted pro wrestling show. If you're going to do a tournament that's going to go over, tell them you're going to go 10 minutes over every week.
Brian, you can complain all you want. You're just going to keep missing the end of the show.
That's fine. I'll miss the end of the show.
Good. Then don't complain about it. Because
I'm going to complain.
I'm telling you ahead of time what it is.
Dave,
I'm telling you
can't record. I can't make it record more time. It doesn't allow me to do that.
Record the next show. I can't either.
I don't know what the next show is. It's a random movie every week.
It's not that hard to find out. Go to the website and look at the schedule. They will, just like I do, they will tell you the movie. It's not that hard, and I go and record that movie. If I forget to do this, it's my fault. It's not their fault because I know the score. Because it's the same thing. Like again, when I watch UFC or Bellator, and if the main event. If I miss the end of the main event because I forgot to record the next show, that is on me. That is not on them because I know in the NBA, if it cuts me off with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter of a close game, that's my fault. That's not their fault. And this is the same thing. You can say, oh, it's scripted.
Dave,
and you're right. You're right.
It is their fault that they don't just add a 10-minute buffer at the end every week. That's their fault.
Because it's not the plan.
It doesn't matter. If they end at 10, that's fine. They still have the buffer just in case.
Yes.
Okay, guess what?
NXT does it every week, and it's never a problem.
Then why doesn't the NFL, NBA, NHL?
Oh, my God.
Because it's not a scripted show, and it could go a half hour. It could go an hour. It could go whatever.
But they still don't do it. Wouldn't it be in one of these games? Shouldn't they like tell the DVR to go 45 minutes longer so you never miss the finish?
Yeah, they probably should.
Okay, they don't do it. That's the rules. That's what they do.
Well, you know what? When we talked about this last week, Dave.
So what
hey, listen. We talked about this last week.
No.
Hold on.
Well, hold on. Let's stop it there for another little break.
Well, like you see, you can't add 45 minutes to it. The baseball game might go another hour, but what match is going to go an hour past the fucking end of the show?
By the way, is this a preview of future AEW defense to why they have no viewers? It's their fault. They're not watching. It's their fault.
He's blaming the viewer for not working hard enough to watch this program, that they're doing a favor to this company by watching to begin with.
The guy who comes home from work, gets off the train, gets home, takes off his shoes, has dinner, talks to his kids, wants to sit back and watch wrestling, he's going to have that show cut off because he didn't know, at least in this example, what the next movie was. It's a random movie each week. That's the funniest thing. Dave's like, you just have to record the next movie, and I'm just like, I can't figure out what the movie is.
Well, besides that, your simile is no good, Brian, because none of the AEW fans are employed. They don't get off the train after work. But yes, that's the problem. Is it's continued to be narrowcasted to this small group that will do anything to see these programs. And Dave. How does Dave have time to write 80,000 words a week when he does all of these minute tasks and watches all of the Joshi princesses and still he doesn't clean his office often, but Anyway, finish this thing up. God damn, these guys are killing
Let's
me.
go back to these two. This is my new favorite comedy team.
You told me last week that final quarter died. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay, it's going to do that again this week.
Yes, it
Are
is.
they happy with that? Or are they going to
think
tell the fans it's their fault that they didn't record the next show?
They're not going to say anything what they're telling, but you got to learn. That could happen with UFC too. That could happen with the NBA. That could happen with anything. The only problem is that there is a big difference because very few people actually DVR their sports.
Well,
let me stop this. I had no idea how far they were going to take this put your money where your mouth is about sports-based wrestling. You have to treat it like a sport now. You don't know when it's going to end. That wasn't what I wanted from sports-based wrestling.
Yeah, sports-based presentation. You don't know when this shit's over with.
how about that?
Yeah.
So people are DVRing this show, so maybe you should make sure that they get it so your final quarter doesn't die.
But there are people who do. It's not that difficult.
That's fine. If they want to have a low final overrun quarter every week, that's fine with me. Or they could just set it to go 10 minutes over and not worry about it.
And then it goes short. It's not the plan. I mean, look, in a perfect look, if you.
Oh, by the way, this person says on YouTube TV, sports recordings do have a 30-minute overrun built in, so they actually do it for live sports.
Well, then they should have it here.
Yes, exactly.
Good. Go
That's
tell
what
YouTube.
I'm saying.
Go tell YouTube TV.
Oh my God, I'll email them right after the show.
Tell YouTube TV then.
Well, I'm sure people. Well, I'll complain about it.
You should.
I will. I'm sick of missing the end of this show. That's what I'm saying.
All I know is that with me, I don't watch on YouTube TV. I always have to record the next show when it's any sport event that I want to see. And I don't complain about it. I just do it because
my gimmick is to complain, and I shall.
After like the first 3 times when I miss the end of a game, I go, golly, I should learn.
When it's not a game, it drives people off. When it's a game, you think of it like a game. When it's professional wrestling and every week you don't get to see the finish of the match, it drives people off. It's a different animal than a football game or a baseball game or anything.
God almighty. But once again, I'm telling you, Martin and Lewis, Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, Olsen and Johnson, now we got Meltzer and Alvarez. If they'll do that every week, I will listen to that program without fail. God damn, my stomach hurts.
I mean, it's craziness. That's why you lose viewers. Fans are not going to go out of their way like that, and they shouldn't be expected to. And the bigger point is, if you're going over every week because you can't manage your time, and if that may just be you won't say no to anyone who wants to go long, I don't know how this happens every time, then ask for an extra 10 minutes. You go 4 minutes long, you give the network back their 6 minutes. Any final thoughts on Dave and Brian's?
Yeah,
I mean, is this a sad thing, the sign of the times that AEW is driving fans apart?
Well, no, now they're breaking up marriages. Because that's, again, Dave and Brian have built a life together for years now. And suddenly this comes between them. I think maybe they need to go into counseling over this.
Well, Jim, before we get back to whatever remaining thoughts you have about Monday Night Raw, let's stay on the topic of wrestling and food. Ric Flair apparently has a new announcement that he just made. And this video is now going around, so I'm going to play this for you. This is apparently Ric Flair. Ric Flair.
Wait, is this real?
This is real. This is Ric Flair pronouncing his new wings, which are Woo Wings. Woo Wings. So you can get Woo marijuana products, Woo energy products, and now Woo chicken wings.
Well, one follows the other, I guess.
Assuming they are actual chicken wings.
You do the Woo weed, then you need the Woo wings, and then you need the Woo energy to go exercise to take the weight off from eating the Woo wings after you got the munchies from the Woo weed. Woo-wee!
Out of the 3 of them, do you think Woo Wings is the one that sounds like it works the best? In terms of not as a business, but as an actual name, Woo Wings.
It's the one I'm pulling for the most. I hope they're good. It's a hard wing is good to find, or a good wing is hard to find these days.
Was Ric Flair known as someone who enjoyed a good chicken wing? Or a buffalo wing? Or any kind of wing?
I don't remember. Well, you know, when I was on the road with Flair, we had just found out about wings. Because remember, they didn't have chicken wings anywhere in the fucking 70s. I first encountered the chicken wing when we went to upstate New York for Crockett in like 88, the buffalo wing. Normally it was a drumstick. So the point is that when I was traveling with Flair, wings were a new thing on the menus. I don't know that I've ever seen Ric Flair consume a wing. We went to the melting pot one time. He ate the shit out of the fondue. But nevertheless, Woo Wings. What flavors of these wings do we have? Or you have audio?
Well, I have some audio here, and
does the audio have flavor?
I don't know about the flavor. From what I understand, they taste just like normal wings, except Ric Flair gets 4 cents per unit. But let's go. This is how Ric Flair pronounces Woo Wings.
Wings! 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 Wings!
Let me stop it real quick.
Somebody has looped the H? Or is the H loopy? Wings!
Wings! Wings! Wings!
Why did he say it like that?
Wings! He sounds like he's a little toy race car revving up. Wings, wings, wings!
Wings! Wings! Wings!
All right, well.
All righty, so what's next? The Ric Flair H&R Block crossover income tax service?
Oh, that may not be a good one. That one may not work. Oh, boy.
The Nate is going to be a big business typhoon. In his golden years, he's got he used to have his finger in everybody. Now he's got his finger in everything. Can we say that on the air?
We can. I was just Googling to see if there was an official full-length Woo Wings announcement. Well, hold on. Let's see what this is. Here's an announcement from Ric Flair.
Wings! Legendary flavors! World Championship wings! Woo! Woo Wings! Yeah! Woo woo!
What's up?
And by the way, the description of the video, or the name of the video is, Woo Wings is looking for restaurant partners to operate our virtual brand. If you are in a major metro where Uber Eats is prominent, visit ... So you, Jim, even you could be a restaurant operator for their virtual brand.
What, I've got to cook them? I just want to eat them, maybe. What? But I love the enthusiasm there, but I'd love a little more information, like famous World Championship wings, famous flavors, whatever. How about, I got the garlic parm, I got the Louisiana cayenne, I got, what's going on here? More information before we jump in and sign up as franchisees. Or how is that going to work? What is a virtual restaurant? Are people going to be like cooking the wings in their kitchen at home and then fucking driving them around town to people? Do you have to give out your home phone number for people to call and order?
Well, they're on DoorDash apparently in Staten Island. I don't know what's going on over there in Staten Island right now. But here's something from comicbook.com from August 2nd last year, 2022. So we missed this story somehow. Ric Flair and Kitchen Data Systems announced back in June they will be opening a chicken wing restaurant themed after the Nature Boy called Woo Wings.
How did this fly under the radar this long?
I don't know, probably because of what it is and what it's going to be. But
it's what will never be.
So apparently they announced this brand, and now they have Doesn't say anything about franchising or virtual stores or virtual restaurants.
It says virtually nothing.
Do you get real food from a virtual restaurant? How does that work?
See, we've got some information. We can call Uber Eats in Staten Island. I wonder how much Uber Eats would charge me to bring me some of the woo-wings from Staten Island to Louisville. But we can do that over there. But the information has not been.
At least I wouldn't have to go to the Verrazano. That wouldn't be too bad.
Well, regardless of what Italian mayor you've got in that borough, nobody's given us the scoop, the down low, as the kids say, on who's cooking these things. Where are they being prepared? What process is being done by who on the food that I'm going to be consuming into my mouth?
Wings! Wings!
I tell you, is Rick going to be preparing the wings from a secret recipe from his family that I was not aware of? And has he shared this like the Colonel Sanders of wings with the people? Is he going to be personally overseeing these operations, or?
Hi, I'm Ric Flair. People think I'm with all these women because of my money and my championships. It's actually my wings. I do something, not just wings.
They're the fattest and juiciest in town. Something. Give me some descriptive flavor. But we wish Rick success with the wings.
Oh, wait till he finds a way to sucker that person into sponsoring AEW. I can get 2 segments a week. Woo! Wings!
But hey, do you think Sockface and Shivani and all the rest of, do you think they'll get to eat these? They're obviously barred from drinking the energy drink on air for fear they might mutate before our very eyes on live television.
What happens if you combine the two? If you combine the energy drink with the wings, what could possibly happen?
Would that be like, wouldn't it, the old Pop Rocks thing, when you put the Pop Rocks into Coke, it'll blow your innards out?
Again, another product. I want to see Rick actually ingest one of these. I want to actually see some evidence that Ric Flair is behind the product. Eat one. Well, Jim, I promised you a wrestling food update, and that was it. The wrestling food update this week.
Woo! You teased me with this right before we went on the air. You said, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? And I had not. And you told me, I said, wait a minute. I said, just tell me when we go on the air, because as you got a half a sentence out, I was like, wait, what? And apparently this is something that the cult members, it's been out there on social media, but many people have directed it your way on behalf of me. Yeah, enough of talking about you. Let's talk about me. What do you think of me? Has apparently Shitstain now, he's written a new book, or is this in one of his other, I put them in quotation marks, books that he's written, and it's just now come to light, which kind of makes sense because somebody would have had to have read it before now, which I don't think anyone has. But where is this?
That's exactly.
Where is this?
This is an old book. This apparently is from Rope Opera, how WCW killed Vince Russo. And
oh, good
because
Lord.
No one paid attention, this somehow got overlooked. This is the chapter on bitch slap. Are you aware of bitch slap?
No, that's it. You said bitch slap, and you said, and he wrote his ideas down for, I said, stop. I said, stop it. Just tell me if you're going to tell me. I've never heard of this. Has anybody ever mentioned this before? Even to us, which normally I read some of his bad formats on the air, right? And this has never been part of our conversation.
I had never heard of bitch slap. Again, I had made fun of the book title. I don't own this book. Now I want a copy of it, but apparently it's out of print. I don't have this in my wrestling library. I'll read a little bit from here before we get to the descriptions, a little bit of the setup. Before I continue with Life After Wrestling, I'm going to backtrack for a second and tell you the story of a television project I pitched with Jeremy Borash following the crash and burn of WCW.
Oh, good Lord.
The show was called Bitch Slap, and the federation that surrounded it was Sports Entertainment Extreme. Yes, the same sports entertainment extreme that was used by TNA less than a year later. For those of you that aren't putting it together, sports entertainment extreme is extreme with an X, is sex.
Sex.
So the
Do you think that he was one of the young adult men that believed that if you played with yourself that your palms would grow hair and you would go blind until he was out of college?
You know, who knows at this point, but I think it's important once again to say the parent organization of Bitch Slap was sex. The brainchild of Borash and me was inspired by my teenage love for Glow.
You know, I know Jeremy has some wild out there ideas, but I'm wondering if he's getting painted with this brush without his knowledge. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
The brainchild of Borash and me was inspired by my teenage love for Glow. Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling. A show that was decades ahead of its time. Glow offered beautiful, sensuous, and sexy female wrestlers, with the exception of the 300-pound Mount Fuji.
Oh, for God's
He puts her down with hugely over-the-top characters such as the Farmer's Daughter, Lady Godiva, Tiffany Mellon, Tina Ferrari, the tag team of Hollywood and Vine, and Vicky Victory. You can only imagine the impact that this show would have on a 14-year-old just sliding into puberty.
Oh, my God.
Wait a minute, he wasn't 14 when that went on the air.
Wait, what? No, Glow started in what, 1985 or 6?
Yeah. 86 maybe.
He's my age. He would have been 25 years old. God damn it. Vinny Roo. I figured out the store I could buy the fucking Hustlers in when I was 16. You were that for 9 years behind? You're watching tits and ass on fucking television?
He just named half the roster.
He was 25 years old. Glow did not exist until 1986.
Based on this general concept, JB and I were going to take women's wrestling into the 21st century. Inspired by the Attitude Era of Raw, we were going to launch these bodacious battling babes to a place they had never dared to venture before. And it was going to be crass, and there was going to be nudity. That's why JB and I pitched...
The problem was it was all Borash's.
And it was going to be...
Oh, I read that. Him to keep his shorts on. Son of a bitch.
That's why JB and I pitched it to the execs at DirecTV as a weekly pay-per-view show long before TNA was presented to them in the very same format. To this day, just to entertain ourselves, we pull out the bitch slap pitch and read it aloud until tears of laughter begin to flow down Jeff Jarrett's face.
By the way, let me just say this also, that I'm sure that it was probably pitched before the idea of TNA being a weekly pay-per-view was pitched, and I'm sure that many bad ideas were also pitched with the same idea of weekly television or pay-per-view that people said, no. Are you out of your fucking mind? Let's hear this.
Well, it says here in parentheses, God forgive me, I wrote this before I was saved.
Oh, fuck.
But it's too funny not to share.
Oh, God.
Well, here's some of the roster, Jim, the descriptions.
I'm not allowed to be funny anymore because I'm a Christian, but look, when I thought I was funny, here's what I did.
Toxic Shock. Many of the superstars of Bitch Slap wrestle with no strings attached. However, this is not the case with the very volatile Toxic Shock.
Wait. Oh, my God. I don't know how many people today understand that, but that's one of the grossest, most offensive things I've ever heard already.
What?
Brad, do you get that?
What am I missing? I'm just reading it quickly. What am I missing?
Okay, when would this have been written?
This would have been around the time of the formation of TNA, maybe shortly before, 2001, 2002.
Okay, well, it may have even been old news then, but there was a period of time where it was in the news that a number of women did, or they thought that a number of women had, or whatever, contracted toxic shock syndrome, like whatever. Remember when that was a thing? Wasn't that
Mike Von Erich?
Mike Von Erich.
Yeah.
The infection, toxic shock syndrome from a bad infection, blah, blah, blah. From their tampons. From the tampons. Now go back and read that fucking blurb he just wrote.
Well, now that I know that, it gets better from there.
No, go back and read it again now that everybody knows it.
Many of the superstars of Bitch Slap wrestle with no strings attached. However, this is not the case with the very volatile Toxic Shock. Like a dog in heat, this stuck-up, temperamental temptress uses the pads of the Bitch Slap ring to the max. While she tends to turn men off with her moody demands, she claims she can make gay men menstruate. Always craving chocolate, she rides her own cycle as she shows up to wrestle once a month. So here's
the thing is, we're not laughing at the material. And I think that's what he failed to recognize when Jeff Jarrett would bring it out. You're laughing that a grown adult man would put that on paper and admit to being the author and put it in his fucking book and tell God it was too funny to share.
I thought someone would buy this. He thought someone was going to say, you know what? You're onto something. Let's do it.
At this point, he is a married man in his 40s and authoring shit like this. Keep going.
You know what's interesting? Toxic Shock rides her own cycle. She only wrestles once a month. She only wrestles on her period?
Apparently, it doesn't have to fucking use a blade.
Well, Jim, what about Homeless Heather?
Oh.
Nice box, commented a young boy to his loving father as they walked by Homeless Heather's place of residence on the sidewalk just outside the Bitch Slap Arena.
Oh, now he's getting fucking wrestling gimmicks from bad Playboy cartoons.
And it really is like Glow, just everything's happening in that little universe.
Yes.
The only Bitch Slap competitor who wrestles for food. Homeless Heather is the she-god of the shelter. Not only does she compete in the Bitch Slap rings, but Heather also serves as cleanup crew as she wheels her shopping cart around the arena in search of aluminum cans during the show. Burning her bra for heat. In the twilight of the September sky, Homeless Heather hits the soup kitchen before dusk. A riot around the ladle, Heather is loved by her fellow bums, but it's no laughing matter when she steps into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to keep in mind that he presented this in written form to executives for a broadcasting company, DirecTV, with the idea that people would pay to see a show revolving around these characters.
And Jeremy Borash was so down on his luck, he said, hey, can I come?
Jeremy's very agreeable. He'll do anything with anybody. But again, I hesitate whether to paint poor Jeremy, who apparently is still gainfully employed in the wrestling business somewhere behind the scenes, to ascribe this to him. But go ahead. He may have just been sitting there nodding, going, hey, there you go.
Here's one for you. Kentucky Love with Papa Woody. Get your raincoats, kids. Kentucky rain is falling. To say things are a little different in the Kentucky foothills is an understatement. Kentucky Love, a bluegrass, bosomy, bodacious bimbette, is the envy of every father's eye. Every farmer's eye.
Well, it could have gone either way with who we're talking about.
However, for Kentucky Love, there won't be any sowing wild oats. With shotgun in hand, Kentucky's father, Papa Woody, holds a very special place when it comes to his divine daughter. You see, Kentucky Love is Papa Woody's forbidden fruit. Oh. However, though she attempts to keep her fondling father in line, Woody is hell-bent on bobbing for his daughter's apple.
What is the matter with him? How was he treated as a child? What is what is his relationship with sexuality?
It definitely is some repressed thing.
And
right?
I'm seeing Papa Woody as Denver Pyle. And that's the most disgusting visual that you can possibly have. And Denver Pyle is fondling Donna Douglas. And then it's all over the place when he makes these fucking...
Well, it sounds like Papa Woody's a manager. We have a tag team next. Jim, Blackbeard and Treasure Chest, the Ass Pirates.
Wait a minute. Can you be a female ass pirate?
Well, we're going to find out. Ahoy, matey! Like the swashbucklers of the Caribbean, Blackbeard and Treasure Chest, the Ass Pirates, have buccaneered their way to the seats of Bitch Slap. Sword fighting, a specialty. That's the way it's written. Sword fighting, a specialty. The Ass Pirates force their opponents to walk the plank.
Wait, hold on. I think he's reading the wrong fetish material. So far, this is a male tag team.
Well, no, it's a female tag team that are actually
sword
pirates.
Fighting?
Well, sword fighting.
Ass pirates?
Well, I guess. Well, maybe they forced.
No, I mean, what is it? He's not sure. He wandered into the wrong aisle in Adult World.
Well,
and he made the wrong notes.
Through their revealing denim shorts, the Ass Pirates...
I'm still not wrong.
The Ass Pirates invite rump wrangling to those seamen who lust after them.
God damn it!
Action heroes to the preteen audience. The preteen audience!
Fuck! Jesus Christ! I wouldn't put this on television for the adult audience. God damn it!
You know, much like Jeff Jarrett, I have tears coming down my face right now.
What is it? Is it again? He means this.
Action heroes to the preteen audience.
And also, this is still an intergender tag team situation because these two are guys.
Blackbeard and Treasure Chest are among the 10 most wanted in every elementary school in America. No, not for prematurely causing cannons to fire, but rather leaving blue balls behind.
What in the world? Is it? He doesn't even know which segment of the children he's trying to corrupt here.
Another character is Birdie Hole for One, a PGA legend. Birdie Hole for One claims she doesn't need wood to win in the rings of Bitch Slap. Nicknamed Butch by her fellow competitors and sporting a rock-solid 28-24-36 figure. Birdie's sexual preference has been in question since the day she refused to stroll through Tiger's woods. Handicapped by a mean streak, male officials of Bitch Slap beware. Keep your balls away from Birdie Hole for One. 4!
Can anybody now, if there's ever been any doubt, understand the level of juvenility and banality and anality and fucking insufferable douchebaggishness?
Maybe you're prejudging this. We're not even done.
No, this is what I had to endure. Not this specific shit, but this overall shit is what you have to endure around this fucking ignorant cretin. The level of 8-year-old fucking nonsense.
Well, Jim, much like the British Bulldogs had Matilda, here's one. Beastie Alley with her little dog Scroat. Wanted by the Humane Society in 48 states. Apparently it's legal in North and South Dakota. Beastie Alley and her little dog Scroat have brought their act to Bitch Slap. Posted on Outpoke hands across America, Beastie Alley brings new meaning to the term puppy love. With his eyes not the only thing bulging, let's not forget that Scroat is the innocent victim being held against his will.
With his eyes not the only thing bulging, the dog who's looking at the girl, but
Well,
with old Beastie Alley, could we find out that maybe the dog's eyes were bulging for another reason?
well, Jim, let me finish this. But Beastie beware, every dog has its day, and it may be only a matter of time before Rover takes over. So you're promising the people at DirecTV that a dog's gonna fuck a woman in a wrestling ring?
I'm telling you, you've never seen anything like it. The woman's gonna bend over, and the dog is gonna walk on its hind legs, and it's got a giant throbbing, and it's gonna fuck the girl, and her eyes are gonna bug out, and we're gonna sing the song Rover Takes Over on your air.
What about the tag team of Moose Knuckle and Camel Toe?
Oh, and you know, he's already done that. He did that on TNA. Remember Mickey Knuckles? The outlaw indie mud show girl wrestler became Moose Knuckles.
Well, here, they came from two different worlds. From the mountains of the Ozark, Moose Knuckle is a bosomy lumberjack who wields a wicked axe, while Camel Toe is a highly ranked officer in the Iranian National Army. Together, this unlikely duo has wrought havoc among the ranks of Bitch Slap, but there is a problem. After a night of passion with a crew of young, innocent American sailors, both Moose Knuckle and Camel Toe have suffered a social disease which has disfigured their most intimate of areas. At press time, Moose Knuckle and Camel Toe are in search of the cure, and their quest to finding it, they will take no prisoners. So they have.
So they're gonna beat up other girl wrestlers until somebody spills the secret of how to cure a swollen pussy?
It appears that is what that tag team of Moose Knuckle and Camel Toe will be doing, yes.
He showed this to people. He didn't just get drunk and do this and then the next day wake up and burn it before anybody in his family saw it. He's admitting to this in public. What is this? What religious people think of their wives or girlfriends or women in their lives? How would this?
He wasn't religious. He had to find the religion after releasing something like this.
Oh Christ! He needed to find a goddamn psychiatrist or a hooker, one or the other. Has he been laid now? Were his children immaculate receptions? I'm wondering if he's ever been laid at this point. What is his deal with the goddamn? I don't understand. Which group would protest this first on basis of what racism or what sexism or what anti-ism?
Well, we have another.
Go ahead.
We have another tag team, Jim. MBP, missing body parts, Stumpy and Gimpy.
Oh, God.
Park in their space and you better be ready for both a fine and a fight. Stumpy and Gimpy, collectively known as MBP, are two handicapped heroines who have learned to use their disabilities to their advantage. Walking tall and carrying her wooden leg, Gimpy will literally stick one foot in her mouth while inserting her wooden peg up your ass.
Oh, for God's sake.
Stumpy sometimes.
God damn it, I saw that on a German video one time. I can't believe he saw the same thing.
Stumpy, sometimes referred to as the one-armed bandit, has one of the most devastating combinations in the business today. When she hits you with a right, and then a right, and then another right, you will most likely be down for the count. Can you lose to a one-legged woman in an ass-kicking contest? You may, if you are in the ring with MBP. How do you think that works as a good tag team?
I'm sure there's some type of social organization that could boycott him for that. Well, I'm just not sure which one applies.
We have a couple more profiles here. Nurse Hershey with Dr. Proctor.
Oh,
bend over.
He's stealing from Boyd Pierce. Dr. Proctor's Red Rectum Rockers.
Well, bend over and say, ah! The team physician of Bitch Slap, Dr. Proctor, is known to be a real ass man within the locker room. Assisted by the lovely Nurse Hershey, Dr. Proctor feels his way around the superstars, assuring that each and every one of them has a clean bill of health. Anally retentive, the popular Dr. Proctor has become so overbooked that the robust Nurse Hershey has been forced to increase her role. Now the physician to the male management team of Bitch Slap, Nurse Hershey lets her fingers do the walking while her rectal thermometer does the talking. Ouch!
But wait again, because if Dr. Proctor is a guy, then what? He's not even wrestling. He's just going around sticking his finger up these girls' asses.
Well, it sounds like we may have a Sunshine Jimmy Garvin situation. Nurse Hershey's starting to interact with other men on the roster, or not on the roster, I guess.
Well, who gets to stick what up her, or what is she sticking up who? Who is being penetrated, and who are the penetrators?
Ooh.
In all of these scenarios that he's putting things up people's asses. We can't analyze him properly. I'm talking about the author himself, unless we understand what his fantasies entail. Is he pitching or catching or neutral, or who the fuck is penetrating who here with what?
Well, Jim, there's Grandma Gas.
Oh, good Lord.
Constantly blowing her own horn.
I bet she is.
It's a methane madness, or it is methane mad or methane madness.
It's methane.
I'm thinking of Mr. Methane, who used to be on Howard Stern. It is methane madness when Grandma Gas steps into the ring at Bitch Slap.
Smells like rotten eggs.
Fueled by a flatulent fanny, this Queen of Brown Wind uses her deadly gas to gag her opponent into submission, leaving revenge on their minds and skid marks on their bodies. Riding a Geritol high, this walking wind tunnel will catch you off guard with her finishing maneuver, the colon-cleansing ass blast. She depends on it.
Oh, God.
And then it says here,
who's going to play these parts? If DirecTV had been on some type of LSD trip that day and said, you know what, that's a good idea. How would he have done this?
The rest of the Bitch Slap roster were filled out with various other superstars such as Terry Springer, Britney Shears, Fleminem, Yenta the Jewish American Princess, Lorena Choppett, Jenny Knockersville, and Q Cumba. Amy is going to kill me for including this. But I think it's relevant when laying out my journey.
And I would think divorce proceedings would be more apropos than actual homicide. But hey, if she wants to put her whole heart and soul into it, I wouldn't argue with either.
This is embarrassingly bad, and that really is it there, Jim. Bitch Slap.
He put that in a book. I learned from Jerry Jarrett, Bill Watson, Dusty Rhodes. He learned from fucking Glow when he was 25. Is there any more doubt in anybody's mind how that me and him was ever destined to go?
I love that all these years later, we're still discovering some of his bad ideas from 20 to 30 years ago.
Well, you know what? If he wants to hide everything bad he's done, write a fucking book about it. And that way, nobody will ever know. Because I believe that book has been out for some time, and this is the first time that's been brought to our attention.
Well, once again, brought to you by the company Sex, Bitch Slap, coming soon to DirecTV every week.
Do you remember the fucking commercials that used to be on late at night from, what was that guy's name that was as some get-rich-quick scheme where he said, I was making X amount of dollars a month from my one-bedroom apartment?
Oh, the guy who was like, I take tiny little ads in newspapers all around the country.
Yes.
And you're like, okay, but you don't say what you're selling in these little ads. What are you selling in these little ads all around the country?
You know what the fucking gimmick was?
What?
He said that was his pitch. I take out tiny little ads in newspapers all across the country. And then I branch and do more and more of that. And pretty soon he's gone from a one-bedroom apartment. He's making $100,000 a month or whatever. He's putting the tiny little ads in for my fucking, and you can find out the secret, right? And so you send the goddamn $1 or whatever the fuck it is, and he sends you back. He says, put a tiny little ad in it, says, send me $1 for my get rich quick fucking secret.
His name was Don Lepre.
There you go, Don Lepre.
Lepre, excuse me, Lepre. That's right. Now I do remember the name better. Hold on. Let's see if we can get some audio here.
Oh, good Lord. Anybody's audio but mine, right?
Well, Don's may sound better. He's dead. Hold on 1 second. Here's Don Lepre.
This is one of the most incredible things that I have seen.
The second way to make money that I stumbled onto was placing tiny classified ads in the newspaper. If you create and test one tiny classified ad in the newspaper that makes just $30 to $40 profit in a week, it could make you a fortune. Because the secret is learning how to take that one tiny classified ad that just made $30 to $40 profit in a week, and to realize that you could now take that same exact ad and place it in up to 3,000 other newspapers around the country. That's what I did. I found tiny classified ads that made $30 to $40 profit in a week, and I placed those ads in around 1,000 other newspapers around the country.
Across the country.
That's how I generated over $50,000 a week out of my one-bedroom apartment. And in my Making Money package, I'll show you some secrets about placing ads that's going to make you wish you started doing this 5 years ago. And there are millions of different types of ads that you can create. I've been talking about doing this for the last 5 years, and I'm still placing classified ads in newspapers all over the country every day of the week. I've been doing this for the last 5 years, and I'm still making millions of dollars doing exactly what I'm talking about. And now there are people that got my Making Money package, and they started placing tiny classified ads in the newspapers just like I did. Was it?
Well, let's stop it there. There's the pitch. If you wonder what the noise was behind him, he's on the beach. Those are waves crashing into the shore.
Because he's gone from a tiny one-bedroom apartment from placing these classified ads, and now he lives in goddamn Tahiti somewhere with the waves and the palms and the fronds and the sands of time.
Do you know anything about how he turned out?
What happened to Don? Did he go back to it one? Please tell me he went back to that one-bedroom apartment.
According to what I see here, he later began broadcasting infomercials for the greatest vitamin in the world. Whatever that may be. The FDA warned him about his claims that it is not intended to treat people with diseases such as diabetes, stroke, heart disease, insomnia, cancer. Because, he claimed his vitamins were intended for these people. Wow. And then on June 15th, 2011, the Associated Press reported that he was indicted by a federal grand jury in Phoenix, Arizona, on accusations of running a nationwide scheme to sell worthless internet businesses.
Wow.
Federal prosecutors accused Lepre of bilking more than 220,000 victims out of nearly $52 million. He was charged with 41 counts in tiny little ads, with 41 counts of conspiracy, mail fraud, wire fraud, promotional money laundering, and transactional money laundering. A federal judge issued a bench warrant for him on June 22nd, 2011, after he failed to appear for his arraignment. He was arrested on June 27th.
In a tiny one-bedroom apartment.
Where he lived, he was arrested in Tempe, Arizona at the Lifetime Fitness Center. That's a good gym. Where he had reportedly lived for 2 days with serious self-inflicted knife wounds to his groin.
Oh, my, what? What?
I hate to laugh. I've never read that before.
Fucking turd. Been living at the fucking gym for 2 days while stabbing himself in the groin? Wait a minute. You know, from the time that I first started watching those fucking commercials, I said I could believe if you said this guy has been indicted for anything, right? But if you said you will find that guy at the fucking Lifetime Fitness Center fucking stabbing himself in the dick, well, I don't know if I'd have bought it.
The wounds led authorities to believe he had attempted suicide.
The hard way.
He was trying to sever an artery in his legs by...
I'm
sorry to laugh. It's just such a ridiculous...
This fucking guy that was organized enough to bilk 220,000 people out of $52 million. That's the best fucking plan he can come up with. That's the most efficient way of getting it done.
He had a tiny little groin. He just didn't know what to do. No, but later on he died.
And I just placed tiny little cuts all over.
He later died, Lepre did.
From what?
He was in jail awaiting his trial, which was scheduled to begin in October 2011. The autopsy report stated that he died from massive blood loss after cutting his throat with a razor blade. I can't read all of a sudden. And he had wrapped himself in sheets to conceal them.
What?
I'm sorry to laugh. This is just the craziest thing. And he wrapped himself in sheets to conceal the massive blood loss from anyone who may try to save him. So he cut his own throat with a razor blade and wrapped himself in sheets so no one would be able to see blood spewing out of his neck. I don't know how that... Well, that was the tiny little story of Tiny.
Starting out to be so funny. What's the... maybe we actually ought to have some type of format for this show and control over what happens and not just go off on these tangents or wing things. If one of these days we're going to end up back in a one-bedroom apartment.
What was it? The question is, though, the internet thing that he got indicted for, that couldn't have been everything like he was doing in the 90s just because of, I don't think it would have been because of the time.
No, that was all new shit there.
So what was he, like, what were people taking out ads to sell? Was he selling them the product?
I think that was it, it was, because I have seen other of these type of things where you would send a $6.95 and it would tell you the whole procedure of how to put an ad in the paper and get these books printed or order these books and
like X-ray eyes and all these like goofy things.
Or no, just on how to get rich, and they'll fucking tell the story.
So you take out an ad about how to get rich?
How to get rich, and you get the material. It's like take out ads and say how to get rich and send them this pamphlet. And it just is a goddamn giant chain fucking letter. I don't know if that's what he was doing or not, but it's goddamn ads for people to send a minute amount of money, but in bulk, for something that doesn't cost you anything, is worth nothing.
Well, for those who have been asking for a Don LaPrace segment, I've never seen anyone ask for it, but there it is. Well, there it is. Volume 3 of the Funniest Moments Omnibus. Volume 4 is already being worked on. But, Jim, any closing thoughts about a funny era here on the show?
Well, all I've got to say is, I think that we need to come back and do Volume 4 quickly because the people, they love this type of programming. They can't get enough. They just can't get enough. It's hilarious. It's funny. It's good for the whole family.
Well, before Jim quotes any other Depeche Mode songs, we are out of here. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!